What if I told you Naruto could bitch slap a literal goddess into next Tuesday? We're talking Super Saiyan 2. We're talking beast mode with white hair and red eyes. We're talking a Kamehameha so big it breaks dimensions. Kaguya thought she was untouchable. She was wrong. Dead wrong. Let's get into it.
The night Naruto Uzumaki was born, the sky above Konoha split open in fire and fury. The nine-tailed fox, Kurama, tore through the village with malice older than any living shinobi could comprehend. Buildings crumbled, families were erased. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stood on the head of Gamabunta with his newborn son cradled against his chest, and he made the decision that would define two lives. But here's the thing nobody noticed. Not Minato, not the third Hokage, not the masked man who orchestrated the attack. When Minato held his son for the first time, the boy had a tail. A brown furry tail wrapped around his tiny waist like a belt. Minato blinked. Kushina, barely conscious and bleeding out from the extraction, whispered, "What is that?" "A birth defect," the attending medic said. "Rare, but it happens. We can remove it." Minato looked at the tail. It twitched. Something about it felt wrong. Not wrong in a medical sense, wrong in a primal sense, like the tail was connected to something vast and ancient and impossibly powerful. His sealing expertise screamed at him. There was energy coiled inside that tail, dense and volatile, completely separate from chakra. "Remove it," Minato said. "Now." They cut the tail. The baby didn't cry. He just stared at the ceiling with eyes that seemed far too aware for a newborn. Almost. Knowing. Then Kurama attacked, and the rest became history. Minato sealed the beast. Minato died, Kushina died, and Naruto Uzumaki became the village pariah, the Jinchuriki nobody wanted. For 4 years, he was just a lonely kid. Crying in an empty apartment. Eating expired cup ramen. Getting rocks thrown at him by other children whose parents told them to stay away from the demon brat. Then one night, everything changed. Naruto woke up screaming. Not the scream of a child having a nightmare. This was the scream of a warrior reliving death, multiple deaths. His father's, his mentors, his own, across timelines and battles that shook the fabric of reality. He was 4 years old, sitting in a threadbare bed in a one-room apartment, and he remembered everything. Cell's smug grin as he crushed Android 16's head. The rage that erupted inside him, the first Super Saiyan 2 transformation, lightning arcing across golden fire, his father's voice through King Kai's telepathy. "Let it go, Gohan." The father-son Kamehameha that ended the nightmare. Then the years of peace, the studying, the neglect of training, the slow erosion of his edge because he thought the fighting was over. Majin Buu. The horror of watching Buu absorb Gotenks and Piccolo. The power-up from the Elder Kai that should have been enough. Should have been. But he'd gotten cocky. He'd been absorbed. He'd failed. His father, brought back from the dead to clean up his mess, had to fuse with Vegeta to fix what Gohan's arrogance had broken. He remembered dying. The slow dissolution of everything he was. And then, nothing. A void. A choice. And then, this. A new body. A new world. A second chance. Naruto Gohan sat in the dark, tears streaming down whiskered cheeks, and he made a promise that vibrated through every cell in his hybrid body. "I will never stop training. Never again." He looked at his small hands. 4 years old. Malnourished, weak by any standard, but underneath the surface, buried deep in cells that remembered a different kind of evolution, the potential was staggering. He could feel it, the Saiyan blood pumping through veins that had no right to carry it in this world, the hybrid vigor that had made him the strongest unfused warrior in Universe 7. It was still there, all of it, dormant, but waiting. He got out of bed, walked to the center of his tiny apartment, and did a handstand. One push-up. His arms shook. Pathetic. In his prime, he'd done 10,000 one-armed handstand push-ups and 500 as gravity before breakfast. 2 push-ups. His face turned red. 3, 4. He collapsed on the 5th. He got back up, repositioned, and started again. The sun hadn't risen yet. By the time Naruto Uzumaki was 6, the old man Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had started noticing things. The boy didn't act like other orphans. He wasn't loud or desperate for attention. He was polite, direct, and disturbingly disciplined. When Hiruzen visited him at his apartment on his birthday, he found the child doing one-handed push-ups with a makeshift weight on his back, a dresser filled with rocks. "Naruto," Hiruzen said, eyebrow climbing toward his hat. "Most children your age are playing with toys. Most children my age can't bench press their body weight either," Naruto said, switching arms without pausing. "But here we are." Hiruzen chuckled. Then he felt it, a flicker of energy around the boy that wasn't chakra. It was denser, hotter, like someone had compressed a bonfire into a marble and set it spinning in the kid's gut. "Naruto, have you unlocked your chakra?" "Something like that," Naruto said. He left it at that. The Hokage didn't push, but the Anbu he assigned to monitor the boy started filing increasingly confused reports. The boy ran laps around the village before dawn. He meditated for hours in the forest, and the air around him warped with invisible pressure. He punched training logs until they exploded, not from chakra enhancement, but from pure physical force that a 6-year-old should not possess. The Anbu codenamed Cat wrote in one report, "Subject appears to be growing stronger at an exponential rate. Recommend continued observation. Note, I could not suppress a physical flinch during his morning routine. His killing intent, if it can be called that, is unlike anything in my experience. It's not malicious. It's simply heavy, like standing next to a mountain that's decided to move." Hiruzen read the report, took a long drag from his pipe, and filed it away. Inside Naruto, something else was happening. Kurama had been in Jinchuriki before, Mito Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, both powerful women with wills like iron fortresses. He'd raged against their seals, howled into the void, clawed at his cage for decades. But this kid... Kurama lay in the shallow water of his prison, one massive eye cracked open, watching the boy's mindscape with something he refused to call fear. The brat's inner world wasn't the usual sewer or emotional landscape that reflected the host's psyche. It was split in two. Half of it was the standard seal architecture, pipes, gates, murky water. But the other half was a void, an infinite, star-speckled void that hummed with energy so immense that Kurama, a being composed of the Sage of Six Paths' own chakra, felt small. The first time Naruto had wandered into the mindscape during meditation, Kurama had reared up behind the bars, 9 tails fanning out, teeth bared, ready to assert dominance the way he always did. The boy had looked at him. Just looked. And Kurama had felt something crawl up his spine that he hadn't felt since facing the sage himself. "You're the 9 tails," Naruto said. "Not a question. And you're my jailer," Kurama growled. "A runt." "You're afraid," Naruto said quietly. "Silence. The kind that rings. I fear nothing. You're afraid of what's inside me, not your chakra, the other thing." Naruto tilted his head. "It's okay. I would be too." He turned and walked out of the mindscape without another word. Kurama didn't sleep for a week after that. He just lay there, one eye open, watching the void half of the mindscape where something impossibly powerful slumbered, coiled in the boy's DNA like a dragon waiting to hatch. The fox had lived for centuries. He'd felt the 10 tails' power. He'd been created by the Sage of Six Paths. Whatever Naruto Uzumaki was carrying inside him made all of that feel quaint. Naruto's daily routine by age 8 would have killed a normal human. 4 a.m., wake up. Stretch. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 squats. All wearing weights he'd crafted from lead scraps he'd salvaged from a condemned building. 50 kilograms total, distributed across his torso, arms, and legs. 5 a.m., run. Not jog, run. Full sprint, weighted, around the perimeter of the village. 10 laps. If he couldn't finish in under 40 minutes, he'd add another lap. 6 a.m., meditation. This was the real training, not for his body. That was the easy part. Meditation was for his energy. He sat in the clearing of Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, because nobody bothered him there. Legs crossed, eyes closed. And he worked on the thing that had consumed him since his memories returned, merging ki and chakra. Ki was life energy. He'd used it his entire previous life. It was the fuel for flight, energy blasts, transformations, superhuman durability. It came from within, amplified by emotion and willpower, and it was utterly, fundamentally different from chakra. Chakra was a blend of physical and spiritual energy, channeled through a network of pathways called tenketsu, shaped by hand seals into elemental techniques. It was elegant, sophisticated, limited. Ki was a sledgehammer. Chakra was a scalpel. One wasn't better than the other, But a sledgehammer in a world of scalpels was a terrifying thing. Naruto didn't want to pick one, he wanted both. Every morning, he sat in that clearing and pulled at both energies simultaneously. Ki from his core, that blazing furnace in his center that grew hotter every day. Chakra from his network, the vast reserves he'd inherited from his Uzumaki mother, and the 9 tails sealed in his gut. The first time they touched, the resulting explosion leveled 30 meters of forest. Naruto lay in the crater, laughing. This was going to work. It took him 2 years to stabilize the fusion. 2 years of explosions, broken bones, ruptured tenketsu, internal burns, and mornings where he coughed up blood and went to the academy anyway with a smile on his face. But he did it. By age 10, he could circulate both energies simultaneously, Ki reinforcing his body, while chakra flowed through his tenketsu, the two systems running in parallel like twin rivers of power. Any censor who came near him during those early experiments would have had an aneurysm. The energy signature coming off Naruto Uzumaki was wrong. Too dense, too vast, layered in ways that defied conventional understanding. Most censors subconsciously filtered it as 9 tails interference and moved on. They had no idea. The academy was boring. Not insulting boring, just irrelevant. Naruto understood why the curriculum existed. These kids needed to learn the basics: shuriken throwing, taijutsu stances, chakra theory, the 3 academy jutsu, substitution, transformation, and clone. For a boy who'd fought a creature capable of destroying solar systems, learning to throw a shuriken accurately felt like a former Navy SEAL being asked to do jumping jacks in gym class. He played along, mostly. Iruka Umino, his teacher, and one of the few adults in the village who treated him like a human being, noticed that Naruto was simultaneously the worst and best student in class. His written tests were flawless, perfect scores, every time, in history, theory, strategy, and mathematics. Iruka once caught him reading a textbook on advanced sealing theory meant for Chunin, but his practicals were inconsistent. His clone jutsu produced dead-looking copies. His transformation was adequate but uninspired. His taijutsu sparring scores were middling because he'd gently tap opponents and wait for the match to be called. "You're holding back," Iruka told him one afternoon. Naruto looked at him. "If I didn't hold back, I'd kill someone." Iruka opened his mouth to lecture him about arrogance. Then he remembered the Anbu reports the Hokage had casually mentioned. He closed his mouth. "Just try to participate more earnestly," Iruka said. "Yes, sensei." Naruto went back to reading his sealing textbook. In the margins, he'd been sketching designs for gravity seals, artificial gravity manipulation applied to his weighted clothing. If he could crack the formula, he could simulate the gravity chambers from his old life. His current weights had gone from 50 kilograms to 200 kilograms over the past 2 years, hidden under a bright orange jacket that concealed the dense lead and seal reinforced undershirt. Nobody noticed the slight depressions his footsteps left in the wooden floor. Nobody noticed that the bench he sat on creaked ominously whenever he shifted his weight. Nobody noticed that this dead-last student moved with a precision and economy of motion that belonged to a decades-old martial arts master. Nobody except Sasuke Uchiha, who sat 3 rows up and watched Naruto with suspicious, obsidian eyes, and Hinata Hyuga, who watched him with something else entirely. By age 12, Naruto Uzumaki weighed, with all his concealed weights, roughly 280 kilograms. He stood 5'2". He smiled easily, spoke politely, and ate at Ichiraku Ramen 3 times a week because Tucci and Ayame treated him with genuine warmth, and the food was honestly great. Under the orange jacket, his body was corded with lean muscle that had no business existing on a 12-year-old. Not bulky. Saiyan physiology didn't work that way. Compact, dense, every fiber optimized for explosive power through years of progressive overload that would have crippled a normal human skeleton. His ki reserves had grown exponentially, the way they always did when a Saiyan trained consistently. He could feel his power climbing in a steady upward curve, not the dizzying zenith of his old life yet, not by a long shot, but growing every single day. Every morning of weighted sprints, every evening of ki blast practice, deep in the forest of death, every meditation session merging his twin energies. It all compounded. He could fly. He'd recovered that ability at age 9, lifting off the ground in a private clearing and hovering with tears in his eyes because it felt like home. He kept it hidden, Not out of weakness, but because revealing everything at once served no strategic purpose. He could fire ki blasts. Masenko, Kamehameha, both reduced in power from their peak but devastatingly effective by this world's standards. A half-power Masenko had vaporized a boulder the size of a house during a training session. He could sense energy, ki and chakra both, across the entire village and beyond. Every signature, every fluctuation. He knew when Anbu watched him. He knew when the Hokage observed through his crystal ball. He knew the location of every shinobi within a 10-kilometer radius at any given time. But the thing that set him apart more than any technique or transformation was simple: durability. His Saiyan human hybrid body, reinforced by 12 years of escalating physical training and ki reinforcement, was effectively indestructible by this world's standards. A kunai thrown at him would bounce off his skin. A standard jutsu would wash over him like warm water. He tested it in secret, standing in the path of a redirected river current, letting the force slam into him. He hadn't moved an inch. The ninja world measured power in chakra reserves and technique mastery. They had no framework for what Naruto Uzumaki actually was, which made graduation day very, very entertaining. Mizuki made his move on a Tuesday. The silver-haired Chunin instructor had been feeding Naruto false sympathy for weeks. "The clone jutsu is so unfair for someone with your reserves," he'd said, eyes dripping with manufactured concern. "But there's a secret test. Steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office, learn a technique, and you'll graduate." Naruto knew it was a trap. He'd known since the third sentence out of Mizuki's mouth. The man's heart rate had spiked. His energy signature was sour with deception. Basic stuff. You didn't need ki sensing to spot a liar this bad. But the forbidden scroll of sealing interested him for purely academic reasons. It was said to contain the accumulated techniques of every Hokage. From a scholarly perspective, it was irresistible. So he played along, stole the scroll, sat in the designated clearing and read through it with the rapid absorption of a mind that had once devoured university-level physics textbooks for fun. Shadow clone jutsu. Interesting. Solid clones that split chakra evenly and returned memories upon dispersal. Elegant technique. He memorized it in 10 minutes and moved on to the sealing sections, which were fascinating. Mizuki arrived 3 hours later with a giant shuriken on his back and murder in his eyes. Iruka arrived 30 seconds after that, bleeding from a wound Mizuki had given him. "Naruto, don't listen to him!" Iruka shouted. "He's using you!" Mizuki laughed. "Oh, you didn't tell him? Tell him the truth, Iruka. Tell him what's inside him. The nine-tailed fox that killed your parents. It's sealed inside you, Naruto. You are the demon." Silence in the clearing. Naruto closed the scroll. He stood up, dusted off his knees, and turned to face Mizuki. "I've known about the Kyuubi since I was 4, Naruto said. Mizuki blinked. "What?" "I've known. The fox is sealed inside me. It's a burden I carry, not something that defines me. I've made my peace with it." He tucked the scroll under his arm. "Was there something else, or are you done?" Mizuki's face twisted. You're a monster. You killed hundreds of people. You deserve to die." He grabbed the giant shuriken and hurled it. The weapon spun through the air with lethal intent. A disc of sharpened steel aimed directly at a 12-year-old boy. Naruto caught it, one hand, effortlessly. Like plucking a frisbee out of the air, the shuriken stopped dead. Zero momentum, zero vibration, pinched between his index finger and thumb. Mizuki's face went white. Iruka's jaw dropped. "Here's the thing about traitors," Naruto said, and his voice dropped. Not loud, not screaming, just low and cold, and the temperature in the clearing seemed to drop with it. "I've dealt with worse than you. Beings that could destroy planets, creatures that devoured civilizations. You're a Chunin with a grudge and a big shuriken." He flicked the shuriken aside. It embedded itself 6 feet deep into a tree trunk. Mizuki, to his credit, or his stupidity, charged. He pulled a kunai and rushed at Naruto with a scream of rage and desperation. Naruto didn't move, not because he couldn't, but because he wanted Mizuki to understand what he was dealing with. The kunai hit his chest and snapped. The blade broke against his skin like a toothpick against concrete. Mizuki stared at the broken kunai in his hand. Then he looked up at Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes were calm, patient, the eyes of a fighter who'd ended wars. "Iruka-sensei," Naruto said without looking away from Mizuki. "I'd like to graduate now, please." Then he punched Mizuki in the stomach. Not hard, not by his standards. Maybe 2% of his base power. A gentle tap by Saiyan metrics. Mizuki left the ground. He flew backward, crashed through 3 trees, and cratered into the hillside 30 meters away, where he lay unconscious and twitching in a Mizuki-shaped dent. The sound echoed through the forest like a thunderclap. Iruka stood there, mouth open, hand instinctively reaching for the headband in his pocket. His brain was trying to reconcile what he'd just seen with everything he thought he knew about the dead last student of the academy. Iruka started. Then he closed his mouth. Then he opened it again. Naruto? What was that? Naruto turned to him and smiled. Not a cocky grin, not a predator's smirk. A genuine, warm smile, the kind that Gohan used to give Chi-Chi when she worried too much. Just a punch, sensei. Iruka pulled out the headband and handed it over with slightly trembling hands. You pass. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Naruto tied the headband around his forehead. I'll make you proud. The Anbu who'd been watching from the trees filed their reports within the hour. The Hokage read them, set down his pipe, and stared at the ceiling for a very long time. By morning, the word had spread through the Jonin Corps like wildfire. The Uzumaki kid had one-shot a Chunin and caught a giant shuriken barehanded. Most of them laughed it off. Exaggeration. Rumor. Kids embellish. Kakashi Hake didn't laugh. He'd read the Anbu report himself. The impact crater where Mizuki had landed was measured at 4 meters wide and half a meter deep. That wasn't a 12-year-old's punch. That wasn't anyone's punch. Team assignments came 3 days later. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Jonin Sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto accepted the assignment without complaint. He didn't care about team composition. He cared about 3 things: getting stronger, protecting people, and never repeating the mistakes of his past life. Sasuke glared at him from across the classroom. Since the Mizuki incident, something had shifted in the Uchiha's gaze. Before, it had been casual suspicion. Now it was active, seething curiosity mixed with something darker. Jealousy, Naruto recognized. He'd seen that look before on Vegeta's face decades ago in another universe. The look of a proud warrior watching someone surpass them without apparent effort. He'd need to handle Sasuke carefully. The last thing this world needed was another rivalry spiraling into something destructive. Sakura Haruno sat between them, oblivious to the weight of the moment, gushing about being on Sasuke's team. Naruto gave her a polite nod when she glanced his way, and she looked surprised that he wasn't begging for her attention like the old Naruto would have. Kakashi arrived 3 hours late, which Naruto already knew would happen. He'd read the man's file in the Hokage's public records. Habitually late. Former Anbu captain, student of the 4th Hokage, Sharingan transplant in his left eye, reputation as one of the most dangerous shinobi in the village. My first impression of you all, Kakashi said, eyes smiling from the doorway, is that you're boring. Meet me on the roof. Naruto walked up the stairs while Sakura hurried and Sasuke brooded. On the roof, they sat in a row while Kakashi leaned against the railing. Introductions. Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future. I'll go first. I'm Kakashi Hatake. I have no intention of telling you my likes or dislikes. Dreams, I have hobbies. He pointed at Sakura. You first. Sakura talked about Sasuke. Sasuke talked about revenge, both exactly as Naruto had expected from reading the room. Then Kakashi's eye turned to him. And you? Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, reading, and ramen. I dislike cruelty and wasted potential. My dream is to become strong enough to protect everyone I care about, so that nobody I love ever has to sacrifice themselves for me again. A beat of silence. Kakashi's visible eye sharpened slightly. That answer was too specific, too weighted for a 12-year-old. It sounded like someone who'd already lived through loss. Interesting, Kakashi said. Tomorrow, survival training. Don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up. I'll eat breakfast, Naruto said flatly. I don't throw up. Kakashi stared at him. Then he chuckled. Suit yourself. Training ground 7. Dawn. Light mist. Kakashi stood in the clearing with 2 bells hanging from his belt and his hands in his pockets. The rules are simple. Come at me with the intent to kill. If you can take a bell, you pass. Whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. Sakura looked nervous. Sasuke's hands twitched toward his weapons pouch. Both of them were mentally calculating strategies. Naruto stood still. Begin, Kakashi said. Sasuke vanished into the trees. Classic, hide, observe, strike when ready. Sakura hesitated, then followed suit. Textbook Academy response. Naruto didn't move. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Not going to hide? No. Naruto reached for the zipper of his orange jacket. But I should probably take this off first. He pulled the jacket off and let it drop. The ground cracked. The jacket hit the earth with a sound like a cannonball landing. Fissures spiderwebbed out from the impact point. A small cloud of dust puffed up. The orange fabric lay in a shallow crater, completely inert, looking nothing like a garment that should weigh more than a grown man. Kakashi's visible eye went wide. Naruto rolled his shoulders. Without the jacket, his frame was lean and defined in a way that no 12-year-old should be. He wore a black undershirt that was itself weighted, another 100 kilograms, but he left that on. The jacket alone was 180 kilograms. Weighted clothing, Kakashi said, and his casual demeanor cracked. He recognized the training method. Might Guy used something similar, though at a fraction of that weight. How heavy? Heavy enough, Naruto said. He dropped into a fighting stance, not an academy style, not anything from the shinobi repertoire. It was a martial arts stance from another world. Wide base, open hands, weight perfectly centered. The Turtle School foundation refined through years of combat against universal threats. Shall we begin, Sensei? Kakashi pulled his hand from his pocket. He didn't reach for his book. Something in the air around this kid told him the book would be disrespectful and dangerous. Show me what you've got, Kakashi said. Naruto disappeared. Not a body flicker. Not a substitution. Not a shunshin. He simply moved. Pure physical speed, muscles conditioned through years of weighted training, firing at full capacity. Saiyan biology allowing acceleration that the human body was never designed to achieve. One moment he was standing 10 meters away. The next, he was directly in front of Kakashi, palm open, aimed at the Jonin's chest. Kakashi's instincts screamed. His body moved before his brain caught up. Forearm block, textbook, the kind of reflexive defense that kept elite shinobi alive. His arm connected with Naruto's palm. The impact traveled through Kakashi's bones like a shockwave. His feet left the ground. He slid backward 3 meters, forearm ringing with pain, and he looked at this child with his Sharingan eye snapping open reflexively beneath the headband. He lifted the headband without thinking. Survival instinct. Naruto stood where Kakashi had been, hands still extended. You're fast, Sensei. Your reaction time is excellent. What are you? Kakashi breathed. From the trees, Sasuke watched with his nascent Sharingan struggling to activate. He'd barely seen the movement. A blur, then Kakashi was sliding backward with a grimace of pain. From a bush, Sakura's hand was over her mouth. Naruto lowered his hand. Come, I want to see what the copy ninja is capable of. Kakashi steadied himself. His mind raced through assessments. That speed was faster than Lee without weights. That impact force was beyond anything in the Chunin range, beyond Chunin, beyond most Jonin. The Sharingan barely tracked it. He adjusted his headband to expose the crimson eye fully, 3 tomoe spinning. Don't hold back, Naruto said. I can take it. Kakashi made a decision. He pulled a kunai, flared his chakra, and attacked. What followed was 60 seconds that Sasuke Uchiha would remember for the rest of his life. Kakashi attacked with the precision and ferocity of an Anbu veteran. Kunai strikes, feints, a water dragon jutsu pulled from the nearby stream, an earth wall to cut off angles, and a lightning blade crackle in his palm that he didn't fire but used as a threat. Naruto dealt with all of it. He deflected the kunai strikes with the back of his wrist, each parry ringing like metal on metal. He sidestepped the water dragon, letting it crash past him close enough to dampen his hair, and didn't flinch. He punched through the earth wall, through it, stone exploding outward, rubble raining down around him. And when Kakashi charged with the lightning blade crackling at his side, testing, probing, seeing if the boy would flinch, Naruto caught his wrist. Kakashi froze. The lightning blade sputtered and died. Naruto's grip was absolute, unbreakable, like his wrist had been encased in a hydraulic press. You're strong, Sensei, Naruto said. His voice wasn't mocking, it was respectful, genuine. But you hold back too much. He released Kakashi's wrist, reached down to the Jonin's belt, unclipped both bells, held them up, jingling softly. These are for my teammates, Naruto said. Sakura, Sasuke, come out. They emerged from hiding. Sakura was trembling. Sasuke's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were bone white, and his eyes, one of them now sporting a single Tomoe Sharingan, awakened from the sheer stress of what he'd witnessed, were locked on Naruto with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Naruto tossed them each a bell. "The test is about teamwork, right? Kakashi-sensei wants us to work together." He looked at Kakashi. "Am I wrong?" Kakashi stood in the ruined training ground, earth wall demolished, water from his dragon still pooling around their feet, and he stared at Naruto Uzumaki like he was seeing a ghost. "Sensei," he thought, "what did you seal inside your son?" "You all pass," Kakashi said. The weeks that followed were strange for Team 7. D-rank missions, catching cats, weeding gardens, painting fences. Naruto completed them without complaint. He was polite to clients, efficient in his work, and he used the downtime to read or meditate. The other Chunin teams saw him as an oddity. The dead last who suddenly seemed calm and composed. Nothing like the prankster he'd been rumored to be in earlier years. That reputation had been cover. Naruto had learned early that being underestimated was a form of armor. If people thought he was an idiot, they didn't look too closely. They didn't ask questions about the strange energy signatures or the impossible training routines. Now that he'd graduated and been assigned to a team, the cover was fading. The bell test had shattered any illusion that Naruto was ordinary, at least for his team. Sakura treated him with wary respect. She'd stopped dismissing him after watching him overpower their Jonin sensei. She was smart enough to recognize the gap, and brave enough to start training harder because of it. Sasuke was a problem, not an immediate problem, but Naruto could see the trajectory. He recognized it because he lived alongside a man with the same wounded pride and desperate hunger for power. Vegeta had spent years consumed by the need to surpass Goku. It had driven him to dark places. Babbidi's corruption, the Majin transformation, a rampage that killed innocent people. Sasuke had that same fire, the massacre of his clan, the brother who done it, the burning need for strength that eclipsed everything else, bonds, ethics, self-preservation. During team training sessions, Naruto made a deliberate effort to include Sasuke, not as charity, not as pity, as a rival. "Spar with me," Naruto said one morning. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Why? You'll just overpower me." "I'll limit myself. No techniques, no energy projection, just taijutsu, and I'll match your speed." He paused. "You'll learn faster fighting someone who can push you without breaking you." Sasuke wanted to refuse on principle, but the pragmatist in him, the avenger who needed every scrap of strength, nodded. They sparred. Naruto dialed his output down to Sasuke's level and fought him with technical skill only. For Naruto, it was a lesson in control. For Sasuke, it was the most intense training he'd ever experienced. The boy's Sharingan activated fully, 2 Tomoe in each eye, within 2 weeks of daily sparring. Kakashi watched these sessions with his book open and his eyes somewhere else entirely. He'd filed his own report about the bell test. The response from the Hokage had been a single line: continue to observe, protect him. Kakashi wasn't sure if that meant protect Naruto from others or protect others from Naruto. The mission to Wave Country came on a gray morning. Tazuna the bridge builder stank of alcohol and desperation. His mission request was a C rank, escort through bandit territory. But Naruto felt the deception from across the room. The old man's heart rate was elevated. His energy signature was tangled with fear that went far beyond bandits. Naruto said nothing. He wanted out of the village, and a mission with complications meant combat, and combat meant growth. They left through the main gate. Naruto walked at the rear of the formation, jacket on, weights concealed, senses extended in a 5-kilometer sphere around the group. He felt the demon brothers before they emerged. 2 Chunin-level shinobi hiding in a puddle on a dry road. Assassins. Poison chain weapons. Their chakra signatures were spiked with killing intent directed at Tazuna. Naruto let them attack. Not because he was cruel, but because he needed to see how his team responded to real danger. This was Kakashi's test as much as it was a mission. The demon brothers erupted from the puddle. Their chain wrapped around Kakashi and shredded him. A substitution. Kakashi replaced himself with a log and vanished to observe from the trees. The brothers pivoted toward Tazuna. Sasuke moved first. Shuriken to pin the chain, intercepting position, kunai drawn. Good instincts. The kind of response that kept people alive. Naruto moved second. He appeared between the demon brothers and Tazuna. No blur this time. He deliberately moved at a speed Sasuke could track because he wanted the boy to see and learn. He grabbed both chains, one in each hand, and pulled. The demon brothers flew toward him like fish on a line. He released the chains, caught each of them by the face, one massive hand per skull, and slammed their heads together. The crack echoed. Both Chunin went limp. "Sensei," Naruto called out to the trees, "you can come out now." The old man lied about the mission rank. "There'll be more." Kakashi dropped from the canopy. "Ma, you're no fun. I wanted to see how long it took you to notice." "I noticed before we left the village." Tazuna confessed everything. Gato, the shipping magnate strangling Wave Country's economy. The bridge that represented hope. The assassins that would come to kill him. The old man dropped to his knees and begged. "I couldn't afford a higher ranked mission. My country is dying. Please." Naruto looked at his team, then at Kakashi. "We continue." Kakashi studied him. "This will be A-ranked territory, minimum. Are you sure?" "Are you asking me if I'm sure?" Naruto said with the faintest smile. Kakashi remembered the bell test. "Right, let's go." Zabuza Momochi materialized from the mist like a nightmare given flesh, 6 feet tall. Bandaged face, executioner's blade on his back. A massive cleaver of a sword that was taller than he was, designed to decapitate and never dull because it fed on the iron in its victim's blood. His killing intent hit the clearing like a physical wave. Sakura gasped. Sasuke's hands trembled on his kunai. Tazuna went gray. Naruto stood still. He'd felt worse. Cell's killing intent at full power had made the earth groan. This was a breeze compared to that hurricane. "Kakashi of the Sharingan," Zabuza rumbled. "And 3 brats. Hand over the bridge builder and I'll let the kids live." "Get behind me," Kakashi ordered, pulling up his headband. Sharingan spinning. "This one's out of your league. He's Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. O-rank missing nin." "I know who he is," Naruto said. "Sensei, let me." Kakashi looked at him sharply. "Naruto, this isn't let me," Naruto repeated. "Not demanding, asking." And underneath the politeness was an absolute confidence that wasn't arrogance. It was certainty born from power that dwarfed everything in this clearing by orders of magnitude. Zabuza laughed. "The runt wants to fight me? Fine, I'll carve him up first." He swung the executioner's blade. The sword came down in a diagonal arc that would have bisected Naruto from shoulder to hip. It moved with the force of a man who'd killed hundreds, a swordsman who'd earned his place among the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Naruto raised both hands and caught the blade between his palms. The impact sound was deafening, metal against something harder than metal. The air pressure from the stopped swing blasted outward, flattening the grass in a circle around them. The executioner's blade didn't cut him, didn't scratch him, didn't even indent his skin. It just stopped, dead, as if he'd caught it in a hydraulic vise. Zabuza's eyes went wide above his bandages. He pushed. The blade didn't budge. He pushed harder, channeling chakra into his arms, veins bulging in his neck, and the blade still didn't move. "This sword is heavy," Naruto said, "but not heavy enough." He twisted his palms. The sound of metal failing filled the clearing. A shriek, a groan, a snap. The executioner's blade, one of the 7 swords of the mist, a legendary weapon that had tasted the blood of thousands, broke. The upper half sheared off and spun into the air, embedding itself in a distant tree with a resonant thunk. Zabuza stared at the broken hilt in his hands. In that moment, the demon of the mist looked like a child who'd just been told that monsters were real. Naruto kicked him, a simple front kick, precisely measured. Enough force to send the message without killing the man. Zabuza flew. He rocketed backward across the water's surface like a skipping stone, each impact sending up a geyser of spray, and slammed into the far bank of the river, hard enough to crater the earth. Water rushed into the depression. Trees groaned and fell. A flock of birds erupted from the forest in panicked flight. Silence. Naruto lowered his foot. Behind him, Sakura had sat down on the ground because her legs wouldn't hold her. Tazuna was frozen with his sake bottle halfway to his lips, liquid pouring unnoticed down his chin. Sasuke's Sharingan was active, both eyes spinning, and every Tomoe was trying to process what had just happened, and failing. Kakashi's Sharingan had recorded everything. The speed, the force, the casual, almost gentle way Naruto had done it. Like swatting a fly. Like it was nothing. This isn't a genin, Kakashi thought. This isn't even a shinobi. What is he? Zabuza lay in the crater across the river, conscious but unmoving. Not because he couldn't move, because something primal in his brain was telling him that moving would be suicide. A figure appeared beside him, a masked hunter nin. Small, graceful, radiating concern. Zabuza-sama. Haku, Zabuza rasped. That kid, what is he? Naruto's voice carried across the water with perfect clarity. You two should leave. I broke your sword, but I don't want to break you. What Gato is doing to this country is wrong, and you're on the wrong side of it. Think about that. Haku looked across the water at the blonde boy and felt something resonate. Not fear, recognition. The recognition of someone who was kind when they didn't have to be, who offered mercy backed by the power to annihilate. Haku grabbed Zabuza and vanished in a swirl of water. Naruto turned to his team. They'll be back. We have about a week. How do you know? Kakashi asked. Because I cracked 3 of his ribs and bruised his organs. He'll need time to recover. Naruto picked up his backpack from where he'd set it down. We should get to Tazuna's house. I'd like some tea. The walk to Tazuna's was silent, except for the old bridge builder's muttered prayers of thanks, and Sakura's quiet hyperventilation. Sasuke didn't say a word. His Sharingan stayed active for 20 minutes before he realized it and deactivated it. His fists hadn't unclenched since the blade broke. The weekend wave was productive. Kakashi, recovering from the shock of watching his 12-year-old student demolish an A-rank missing nin, decided to actually teach his team. Tree walking exercises, water walking, chakra control fundamentals. Sakura mastered tree walking in an hour. Good chakra control, small reserves. She'd make an excellent medical ninja or genjutsu specialist with the right guidance. Sasuke took 3 hours. Larger reserves, less control, determined, focused, improving rapidly with his Sharingan helping him analyze the technique. Naruto walked up the tree on his first attempt, then stood upside down on a branch and did push-ups with his jacket on, full weight, while waiting for the others to catch up. Of course, Kakashi muttered behind his book. In the evenings, Naruto trained alone. He found a clearing far from Tazuna's house, out of sensing range for anyone in the area, and cut loose. He pushed his ki output. Fired Masenko blasts into the sky, columns of golden energy that pierced the clouds and dissipated in the upper atmosphere. He practiced the Kamehameha at reduced power, perfecting the wave motion, the compression, the release. Each one came out cleaner, tighter, more efficient than the last. The Saiyan blood in his veins sang with every session. Zenkai, the Saiyan trait that increased power after recovery from damage or exhaustion. He'd pushed himself to collapse every night and woken up stronger every morning. It was a cycle as old as his species. And in a body this young, with potential this vast, the growth was staggering. He also experimented with chakra techniques. Shadow clones were enormously useful for scouting and information gathering. He created 50 each morning and sent them throughout Wave Country to map the terrain, identify Gato's mercenary forces, and locate the shipping magnate's base of operations. By day 3, he had a complete intelligence picture that would have taken an Ambu team 2 weeks to compile. Gato has a compound on the northern shore, he told Kakashi over dinner. 200 mercenaries, give or take. No shinobi other than Zabuza and his partner. The compound has a vault. That's where he keeps the stolen wealth from Wave's economy. Kakashi set down his chopsticks. How do you know this? Shadow clones. I've had 50 running reconnaissance since we arrived. 50. Kakashi's voice was flat. You've been maintaining 50 shadow clones for 3 days while training, doing missions, and sleeping. My reserves are sufficient. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Sakura, then back at Naruto. Your reserves are sufficient. Yes. Kakashi picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating in what Naruto recognized as the quiet acceptance of a man who decided to stop questioning the impossible. Zabuza and Haku came back on day 7. The bridge was nearly complete. Tazuna's workers, emboldened by the presence of shinobi guards, had made remarkable progress. The morning mist rolled in thick and wet, and Naruto felt the 2 familiar signatures approaching from the north. They're here, he said. Kakashi tensed. Formation. Sensei, let me talk to them first. Kakashi opened his mouth to object. Then he closed it. He'd seen what Naruto could do. The boy had earned the right to take point. Zabuza emerged from the mist with a new sword. not the executioner's blade, which was still in 2 pieces, but a standard katana. Haku walked beside him, mask on, combat ready, but something was different. Their energy signatures weren't spiked with killing intent. They were conflicted. Naruto stepped forward. "You thought about what I said." Zabuza glared at him. "Don't flatter yourself, brat. Gato's planning to betray us. That snake was never going to pay. We intercepted communications. He's hired 300 mercenaries to kill us after we deal with you." Haku removed her mask. Her face was gentle, beautiful, sad. "We have nowhere to go. No village. No allies. Zabuza-sama and I have only each other." Naruto looked at them. He saw 2 lost fighters, one hardened by a lifetime of violence, one forged by devotion and loneliness. He'd known people like them. Piccolo had been a demon king who became a mentor. Vegeta had been a genocidal warrior who became a father. "Then fight with us," Naruto said. "Help me take down Gato. After that, I'll speak to the Hokage about granting you asylum." "You?" Zabuza snorted. "A genin speaking to a Hokage about political asylum? The Hokage listens to me, and you'd rather fight with us than die for a man who's already planning to betray you." The logic was irrefutable. Zabuza looked at Haku. Haku nodded. "Fine," Zabuza growled. "But if this goes wrong, it won't." Gato's mercenaries arrived at the bridge that afternoon, 300 strong, armed with swords and crossbows, led by Gato himself, a tiny man in a suit standing behind a wall of hired muscle with a smug grin on his face. "Kill them all," Gato squealed. "The bridge builder, the ninja, everyone. I'll pay double for the demon brat's head." The mercenaries charged. Team 7 stood at the center of the bridge. Zabuza and Haku flanked them. Tazuna was behind the rear guard with Sakura protecting him. 300 mercenaries. A mob of armed killers descending on a handful of fighters. Naruto stepped forward. "Stay behind me," he said, not to his team, to everyone. He planted his feet, drew a breath, and released his ki. Not an attack, not a technique, just his raw energy, uncompressed, flooding outward in a wave of invisible force. The air pressure on the bridge doubled. The water below began to churn. The concrete under his feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern. His hair lifted slightly, stirring in an energy wind that had no natural source. The first row of mercenaries felt it, a wall of pressure that hit their chest like a physical blow. Their legs buckled. The ones behind them stumbled into those in front. And the pressure kept building. Naruto's eyes were calm. His face was composed. He wasn't angry. Anger was for threats. These weren't threats. These were men who'd chosen to serve a tyrant for money, and they were about to learn the consequences. 20 mercenaries in the front row dropped to their knees, then 50, then 100. Their swords clattered to the ground. Some vomited, some wept. One man, braver or stupider than the rest, tried to raise his crossbow, and his arms wouldn't move. His body refused to cooperate with his brain because every survival instinct he possessed was screaming, "Do not!" Gato's smug grin evaporated. "What are you doing? Kill him! I'm paying you to..." 300 mercenaries turned and ran. They dropped their weapons. They shoved each other aside. They sprinted back toward the shore with the blind, animal panic of prey fleeing a predator so far above them that fighting wasn't even a conceptual option. Gato stood alone on the bridge, abandoned, pants darkening at the front. "No, this isn't." Zabuza stepped forward. "Allow me." Naruto glanced at him, then nodded. Some debts needed to be settled personally. What Zabuza did to Gato was quick and decisive. The shipping magnate who'd strangled Wave Country for years ended in a pool of his own consequences, and nobody mourned him. Tazuna fell to his knees and wept. The workers on the bridge wept. Inari, Tazuna's grandson, who'd shown up with the villagers to make a defiant stand, wept. Naruto stood at the bridge's edge, looking out over the water, and felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with ki. This was why he'd been given a second chance. Not for the fighting, for the protecting. Dad, he thought, and the memory of Goku's face. Smiling, always smiling, even when saying goodbye, surfaced like sunlight through clouds. I won't waste this. The bridge was completed. Wave Country named it the Great Naruto Bridge, which he accepted with embarrassed grace. Zabuza and Haku traveled to Konoha with them. Naruto had sent a shadow clone ahead with a sealed message for the Hokage explaining the situation. By the time they arrived, Hiruzen had already drawn up provisional asylum documents. "You vouch for them?" the Hokage asked, looking at Naruto over his folded hands. I do. Hiruzen studied the boy. The Anbu reports had grown increasingly alarming over the years, and the Wave Mission report from Kakashi had been accompanied by a personal note that read, Hokage-sama, with respect, what the hell is Naruto? Very well, Hiruzen said. On your word, Naruto. Zabuza and Haku were given a probationary status. Zabuza would assist in training Kiri-style Kenjutsu interested shinobi. Haku was assigned to the hospital, her medical knowledge and ice release making her invaluable. As they walked out of the Hokage Tower, Zabuza stopped and looked down at Naruto. I've killed hundreds of people, the former Mist Swordsman said. I've been a monster for most of my life. Why did you help us? Because you can be more than what you've been, Naruto said. Someone showed me that once, a very long time ago. He was thinking of Piccolo, the demon king who trained a crying child in the wilderness and became the best father figure that child ever had. Zabuza grunted. But something in his eyes softened, just a fraction, and he walked away without another word. The Chunin Exams were announced 3 months after the Wave Mission. Kakashi nominated Team 7. Nobody questioned it. After Wave, the other Jonin sensei had stopped treating Team 7 as rookies. The intelligence community was buzzing about a genin who'd broken one of the 7 swords and routed 300 men with raw pressure. The first stage was a written exam. Ibiki Morino, the head of torture and interrogation, ran it. The test was designed to force cheating. The questions were impossible for genin, and the real test was information gathering without getting caught. Naruto answered every question correctly. Ibiki noticed. He walked by Naruto's desk twice, checking the answers, and found them perfect. Not suspiciously perfect, organically perfect. The handwriting was neat. The explanations were thorough. The mathematical proofs on question 6 were elegant. The boy hadn't cheated. He just knew the answers. Ibiki filed that observation away and moved on. The 10th question, the psychological test, played out normally. Some teams quit, the rest stayed. Team 7 advanced. The second stage was the Forest of Death. Anko Mitsurushi, the proctor, threw a kunai at Naruto during her introduction. He caught it without looking, held it out politely, and said, "You dropped this, Proctor-san." Anko grinned with all her teeth. She liked this kid. The Forest of Death was a bounded arena of oversized flora and predatory fauna, designed to simulate hostile territory. Teams entered with one scroll and needed to obtain the other type to advance. Fight, steal, survive. Team 7 entered through Gate 12 with a Heaven Scroll. Stay close, Naruto said. There's someone in this forest who doesn't belong here. His energy is wrong, old, poisoned. Sasuke frowned. What do you mean? I mean there's an S-rank shinobi hiding among the genin teams, and he's heading toward us. Kakashi wasn't in the forest. No Jonin were. This was a genin exam. Whatever was coming, Team 7 would face it alone. Orochimaru found them on day 2. He appeared as a grass kunoichi at first, a disguise so complete that only Naruto's energy sensing pierced it. The signature underneath the transformation was massive, twisted, reeking of experiments and stolen power. Sasuke-kun, the disguised Sannin hissed, dropping the facade with a ripple of shed skin that would have been theatrical if it wasn't genuinely disturbing. I've come to offer you a gift. Orochimaru released his killing intent. The forest responded. Birds fled, animals burrowed. Insects died. The air thickened with a predatory malice that had been refined over decades of murder and human experimentation. Sakura collapsed to her knees, unable to breathe. Sasuke froze, Sharingan spinning uselessly as visions of his own death played across his consciousness. Naruto felt it. It was strong. For this world, it was devastating. The killing intent of a man who'd killed Kage-level shinobi and dissected them for fun. A man who'd abandoned his humanity in pursuit of immortality. But Naruto had stood in the presence of Cell at maximum power. He'd felt Buu's malice, the kind that wiped out civilizations for entertainment. He'd endured the pressure of beings who could end galaxies with a thought. Orochimaru's killing intent was a candle held up to a supernova. Naruto flared his own. Not killing intent. Not exactly. It was something else. Something this world had no name for. Saiyan pressure, the raw, primal dominance assertion of a warrior race that had evolved to conquer worlds. It wasn't malicious. It wasn't evil. It was simply overwhelming, a statement of existence that said, in no uncertain terms, I am here, and I am more than you. The air didn't just thicken. It solidified. The ground beneath Naruto's feet cratered. Trees within a 50-meter radius groaned, their trunks bending away from him as if pushed by a hurricane. Leaves disintegrated. The ambient sound of the forest, insects, wind, water, ceased completely. Orochimaru's killing intent shattered like glass. The Sannin stumbled, actually stumbled, a physical reaction he hadn't experienced since fighting the third Hokage in his prime. His golden, snake-like eyes widened, and for the first time in decades, something unfamiliar crawled across his features, fear. What? Orochimaru managed. You remind me of a bug I squashed once, Naruto said, and his voice was cold. A voice from a previous life, the voice he'd used when Cell had pushed him past the breaking point. Disgusting. Powerful enough to hurt people, but too twisted to understand what power is actually for. He stepped forward. Just one step. The ground under his foot detonated, leaving a footprint 2 inches deep in solid forest floor. Orochimaru did something he hadn't done in 30 years. He retreated. The Sannin's survival instincts, honed across decades of pushing every boundary of human capability, screamed at him with a unanimity that drowned out his curiosity, his ambition, and his desire for Sasuke's Sharingan. He summoned Manda. The great serpent erupted from the ground, 100 meters of purple-scaled fury, the boss summon of the snake contract, a creature that demanded human sacrifices for its services. It reared above the trees, blotting out the sun, and opened its mouth to reveal fangs dripping with venom that could dissolve steel. Naruto looked up at the giant snake. In his old life, he'd fought creatures the size of small moons. He left the ground, not jumped, flew, straight up, a bullet of compressed energy, trailing a white aura that scorched the air in his wake. The trees below shrank to dots. Manda's head, which had seemed mountainous from the ground, was suddenly right there, those massive slitted eyes tracking him with reptilian malice. Naruto cocked his fist and punched Manda in the skull. The impact detonated across the forest of death like a bomb. A shockwave of displaced air flattened trees in a quarter-mile radius. Manda's eyes rolled back. The 100-meter serpent, a creature that Sannin feared, dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing into the forest and carving a canyon of destruction through the canopy. Knocked unconscious. One punch. Manda dispersed in a cloud of smoke, reverse summoned back to the snake realm, and wouldn't respond to any summons for the next 3 months. Naruto hovered in the air, white aura flickering around him, and looked down at Orochimaru. The Sannin stood on a branch far below, neck extended, literally. His head was stretching towards Sasuke on another branch, mouth open, fangs bared, going for the curse mark bite while Naruto was distracted with the snake. He was fast. Sannin level fast. The distance between his extended jaws and Sasuke's neck was closing in milliseconds. Naruto vanished from the sky and appeared between Orochimaru's head and Sasuke. He grabbed the Sannin's throat. The extended neck went taut, and Orochimaru choked as his momentum was arrested with enough force to crack vertebrae. No, Naruto said. He looked into Orochimaru's golden eyes from inches away. The Sannin looked back, and what he saw in those blue eyes terrified him more than anything he'd encountered in 50 years of obsessive pursuit of power. He saw restraint. This boy, this impossible, inexplicable child, was holding back. The grip on his throat could have crushed his spine. The punch that felled Manda could have killed him 10 times over. Every interaction since the beginning had been Naruto choosing not to destroy him. Leave this forest, Naruto said. Leave this village. If I find you near my friends again, I won't hold back. He released the neck, and then, with a casual motion that was almost dismissive, he backhanded Orochimaru. The Sannin's body launched southward at hypersonic speed, smashing through trees, then through rock, then through more trees, vanishing over the horizon with a receding sonic boom that echoed for 30 seconds. The forest of death was quiet. Naruto floated down and landed softly on the branch next to Sasuke, who was pressed against the tree trunk with eyes so wide the whites were visible all around his Sharingan. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked. Sasuke opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Nothing came out. Sakura, who'd recovered enough to climb to a nearby branch, stared at the devastation below. The trench carved by Manda's fall, the flattened trees, the lingering dust cloud where Orochimaru had been launched into the distance. "Naruto," she whispered, "you were flying." "Yeah." He rubbed the back of his head, an old Goku mannerism he'd never been able to shake. I can do that. We should find an Earth scroll. The exam's not over. They found one within the hour. The team that had it handed it over without a fight when they saw the destruction that trailed behind Team 7 like the wake of a battleship. The preliminary rounds took place inside the tower at the Forest of Death Center. The surviving teams gathered in a large arena with a balcony for observers. The Hokage watched from above, flanked by Jonin. Naruto's name came up against Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba grinned. Akamaru barked. Finally! I've been wanting to show this dead last what a ninja looks like. Naruto walked to the arena floor. He hadn't removed his jacket. He stood with his hands at his sides, relaxed, waiting. Begin! Hayate Gecko called. Kiba charged with Tunneling Fang, a spinning drill attack. Him and Akamaru rotating at high speed, tearing across the floor. Naruto sidestepped. The dual drills whizzed past him and cratered the far wall. Kiba redirected. Came back around. Naruto sidestepped again. Flicked Akamaru with one finger as the dog ninja flew past. The tiny impact sent the Ninken tumbling out of his spin and skidding across the floor, unconscious but unharmed. Kiba halted his spin, eyes wild. Akamaru! He's fine! Sleeping. Naruto was already behind him. Kiba spun. Naruto was standing with his arms crossed, head slightly tilted. How? Kiba started. Naruto chopped him on the neck. Precise. Gentle. The exact amount of force to sever consciousness without causing lasting damage. Kiba crumpled. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate said. Up on the balcony, the reactions were visceral. Might Guy gripped the railing. Such speed, such youth, such Kakashi, your student. I know, Kakashi said, not looking up from his book. He'd stopped being surprised. Asuma Sarutobi lit a new cigarette from the butt of the old one. His hands were steady, but his eyes weren't. That movement, I couldn't track it. Could you? No, Kurenai admitted. Her genjutsu-trained eyes, designed to detect the finest fluctuations in chakra, had seen nothing. The boy hadn't used chakra to move. He'd used something else, something denser, something faster, something her eyes couldn't parse. The Hokage sat in silence. His pipe had gone out, and he hadn't bothered to relight it. In the crowd, Hinata Hyuga watched Naruto return to the balcony with her Byakugan active. She'd been observing his energy system obsessively for months. His chakra network was normal, Uzumaki large, Jinchuriki augmented, but there was another system underneath it. A secondary energy network that suffused every cell in his body with golden light. She'd never told anyone because she didn't have the vocabulary to describe what she was seeing, but it was beautiful and terrifying. The finals bracket was set. Naruto would face Neji Hyuga in the first match. He had 1 month to prepare. He didn't need it. He could have fought the finals the next day and won every match. But the time was useful. He increased his weights to 350 kilograms. The gravity seals he'd finally cracked from the Uzumaki sealing archives now augmented the lead plating, creating a localized gravitational field around his body. Not quite the gravity chambers from Capsule Corp, but close enough. His daily routine intensified. 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 100-kilometer sprints. He blasts into the sky every evening, each one stronger than the last. He also trained his chakra techniques, shadow clones for multitasking, wind and fire nature transformations. His ki gave him a natural affinity for both. He experimented with ki-enhanced jutsu, channeling his life energy through chakra techniques to amplify them. The results were absurd. A standard fireball jutsu infused with ki became a sun-hot sphere of destruction that melted the ground on impact. A wind bullet became a compressed shockwave that carved trenches in stone. He didn't need these techniques. His base power was more than enough for anything this world could throw at him. But Gohan's scholarly mind demanded exploration, and the fusion of two energy systems was a puzzle too interesting to leave unsolved. Jiraiya found him during the second week. The Toad Sage, one of the 3 Sannin, godfather that Naruto had never known, showed up at Training Ground 7 with his arms crossed and a complicated expression on his face. "So you're Minato's kid," Jiraiya said, "and you're his teacher who left me alone for 12 years. Naruto replied without looking up from his meditation. Jiraiya flinched. "I deserved that. I had my reasons." "I'm sure you did. What do you want?" "I came to train you, teach you the Rasengan, your father's technique." Naruto opened one eye. The Rasengan. He'd read about it. A spiraling sphere of compressed chakra, no nature transformation, no hand seals, pure shape manipulation. Elegant, brilliant, and immediately his mind went to work on how to integrate ki into it. "Show me," he said. Jiraiya demonstrated. The blue sphere in his palm was beautiful, a vortex of controlled power, humming with rotational energy. Naruto extended his hand. Chakra spiraled in his palm. He'd spent years developing the kind of fine control that made shape manipulation trivial. Within 30 seconds, a Rasengan sat in his palm. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. That took Minato 3 years to develop. It took me months to learn. I have good energy control, Naruto said. Then he pushed ki into the sphere. The Rasengan's blue glow turned white, then gold. The rotation speed increased by an order of magnitude. The grinding sound rose in pitch until it was a shriek, and the air around the sphere superheated, distorting like a mirage. Naruto held a ki-enhanced Rasengan, a spiraling sphere of fused ki and chakra that was, conservatively, 50 times more powerful than the original. He pressed it into a boulder. The boulder didn't crack, chip, or break. It ceased to exist. Molecular disintegration. Where a 10-ton rock had been, there was now a perfectly smooth, concave depression in the ground, edges still glowing from the heat. Jiraiya sat down hard. "That was a variant I'm working on," Naruto said, shaking his hand. "It still needs refinement. The fusion ratio isn't optimal. Too much heat bleed." Jiraiya looked at the depression where the boulder had been, then at Naruto, then at the depression again. "Kid," he said slowly, "what the hell are you?" "Just a shinobi working hard," Naruto said. "Want to get ramen? I'll buy." They went to Ichiraku. Naruto ate 15 bowls. Jiraiya ate 3 and spent most of the meal staring at his godson with the expression of a man whose worldview was actively crumbling. By the end of the training month, Jiraiya had taught Naruto summoning. He contracted with the toads, though Gamabunta was initially offended until Naruto flew up to his eye level and politely introduced himself, at which point the giant toad became very cooperative. He'd also shared intelligence about the Akatsuki, an organization of S-rank criminals collecting Jinchuriki. "They'll come for you eventually," Jiraiya warned. "Good," Naruto said. "Then I won't have to go looking for them." The Chunin Exam finals drew the largest crowd the stadium had seen in years. The Kazekage sat beside the Hokage. Daimyo representatives filled the VIP boxes. Thousands of civilians packed the stands. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Neji Hyuga was a genius, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan's branch house, bearer of the caged bird seal, master of the gentle fist at an age where most shinobi were still learning the basics. His Byakugan saw through everything: chakra networks, tenketsu points, the flow of energy through the body. He stood across from Naruto with the cold confidence of someone who believed, with absolute conviction, that fate was predetermined and inescapable. "You should forfeit," Neji said. "Fate has already decided the outcome of this match. A failure cannot defeat a genius. It is simply not possible." The crowd murmured. The Hyuga section of the stands buzzed with anticipation. Naruto stood across from him, jacket on, hands in his pockets. He looked at Neji with an expression that wasn't angry or offended. It was tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. "Destiny," Naruto said. "You really believe that? That your path is set? That nothing you do matters because it's all been decided?" "It is the truth of this world," Neji said. Byakugan activated, veins bulging around his eyes. "The strong are born strong. The weak are born weak. A dropout like you has no chance against. My father was a low-class warrior who surpassed the gods," Naruto said. Silence. He was told he was nothing, a bottom-tier fighter from a dying race, barely worth the armor on his back. And he trained, he bled, he fought, he died more than once, and he came back, and he kept getting stronger until there was nothing in the universe that could match him. Naruto's voice carried across the stadium. It wasn't a shout. It was a calm, measured statement of fact delivered with the weight of lived experience. "Don't talk to me about destiny. Begin," Genma Shiranui called. Neji attacked first. 64 palms, the signature technique of the Hyuga clan. A rapid-fire assault on the tenketsu points, designed to shut down the chakra network completely. His hands blurred, striking with the precision of a surgeon and the speed of a snake. And every strike landed. Neji's fingers hit tenketsu after tenketsu. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8, 16, 32, 64. Each impact was precise, each chakra point sealed with a burst of gentle fist energy. Neji disengaged, breathing hard, and allowed himself a smirk. Your chakra network is sealed. You can no longer mold. Naruto flexed. That was it. He flexed his muscles, clenched his fists, and pushed. Kai! The sound was like a thunderclap compressed into a single heartbeat. A shockwave of white gold energy erupted from Naruto's body in all directions. Not chakra, but ki, raw and blinding, denser than anything the Byakugan had ever perceived. It blasted outward in a sphere, kicking up a dust cloud, cracking the arena floor in concentric circles, and blowing Neji backward 5 meters. Every sealed Tenketsu point burst open. Not through chakra manipulation, through sheer internal pressure. Ki flooded through channels that the gentle fist had never been designed to account for, forcing the blockages apart like a river demolishing a dam. Neji's Byakugan saw it all. The secondary energy system he'd noticed during his pre-match analysis, the one he'd assumed was the Nine Tails influence, was now fully active, blazing through the boy's body like liquid sunlight. It didn't flow through Tenketsu. It permeated every cell, every fiber, every molecule. There was nothing to seal. You might as well try to seal the sun. Impossible, Neji breathed. Naruto stood in the center of the arena, white aura flickering around him. Not Super Saiyan, just his ki manifesting visually under the force of his release. His hair rippled in an energy wind that came from within. His eyes were bright, focused, calm. Your technique is incredible, Naruto said. It was a genuine compliment. The precision, the speed, you're talented, Neji, but you've chained yourself to a philosophy that limits you. Destiny doesn't decide your future. You do. Neji gritted his teeth. His pride wouldn't allow retreat, even in the face of the impossible. He shifted into the rotation stance and launched the attack. A spinning dome of expelled chakra designed to deflect any assault. Naruto appeared behind him. Not in front. Not from the side. Behind. Inside the rotation's blind spot, the single point directly behind the Hyuga's primary Tenketsu emission point where the dome was thinnest. He'd spotted the weakness in the time it took Neji to begin spinning. A precise chop to the back of Neji's neck. Perfectly calibrated. Enough to sever consciousness, not enough to cause lasting harm. Neji dropped. The rotation died. The dust settled. The stadium was silent for 3 full seconds. Then it erupted. The roar was deafening. Thousands of people on their feet, screaming, because they just watched a dead-last academy student dismantle a Hyuga prodigy in under a minute. The civilian sections didn't understand the technical details. They just knew they'd witnessed something extraordinary. In the VIP box, Hiyashi Hyuga sat motionless. His Byakugan was active. He'd seen everything. The sealed Tenketsu points forced open by an unknown energy, the impossible speed, the precision strike to his nephew's blind spot. His worldview, the rigid hierarchy of main and branch, strong and weak, destined and doomed, cracked down the middle. Beside him, Hanabi tugged on his sleeve. Father? Father, are you okay? Hiyashi closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had changed. I'm fine, Hanabi. I just need to think. In the Jonin section, Guy was weeping openly. Such passion! Such fire! Kakashi, your student is a beacon of youth! Kakashi gave a thumbs up without looking up from his book. But behind the orange cover, he was smiling. In the contestant area, Sasuke Uchiha stood with his arms crossed, Sharingan active, replaying every microsecond of the match he'd been able to capture. The aura, the speed, the technique that forced the Tenketsu open through brute energy. The gap between them was obscene. It was an ocean, a galaxy, an incomprehensible void. Sasuke had spent the last month training with Kakashi, mastering the Chidori, pushing his Sharingan to 3 Tomoe, and he'd felt strong. He didn't feel strong anymore. He felt like a candle looking at the sun. The remaining matches proceeded. Sasuke fought and defeated his opponent with the Chidori, clean, decisive, impressive by any normal standard. Shikamaru forfeited strategically. Tamari won her match, but nobody was talking about any of those fights. The stadium buzzed with one name, Naruto Uzumaki. Then the invasion hit. Genjutsu washed over the stadium, a mass sleep technique. Civilians dropped. Most Genin dropped. The shinobi who recognized it dispelled with a pulse of chakra. Naruto felt the genjutsu touch his mind and dissolve. His ki aura burned it away on contact, like tissue paper in a furnace. Sand shinobi attacked. Sound shinobi poured over the walls. On the Kage box, the Kazekage revealed himself as Orochimaru, trapping the third Hokage in a barrier of purple flames. Chaos erupted. Naruto assessed the situation in 2 seconds. Hiruzen was fighting Orochimaru inside the barrier. The Anbu couldn't breach it. Sand and sound forces were engaging leaf shinobi throughout the village. And somewhere to the south, a massive twisted chakra signature was growing. Gaara of the sand, Jinchuriki of the one tail, transforming priorities. He created 500 shadow clones. The sheer scale of it halted nearby combat for a moment. 500 identical Narutos materialized in a wave of smoke that filled the stadium like fog. Each one was solid, combat capable, carrying a fraction of his immense reserves. 200 of you, defend the village, protect civilians, engage enemy shinobi. Non-lethal if possible, lethal if necessary, he ordered. 200 clones dispersed in all directions, leaping over the stadium walls. 200 more, form a perimeter around the arena. Nothing gets in or out without my say. The second wave deployed, ringing the stadium in a wall of orange. Last 100 with me, we're going after Gaara. He turned to Sasuke, who was standing nearby, Sharingan active, Chidori crackling in his palm, looking at the 500 clones with an expression that defied description. Sasuke, come with me. Why? Sasuke's voice was tight. Because Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Like me, he's losing control, and if he fully transforms in the village, people will die. I can stop him, but I want you to see something. See what? That power doesn't have to come from darkness. Sasuke hesitated. Then he followed. They found Gaara in the forest west of the village, halfway through his transformation. Sand was consuming his body, forming the grotesque shape of Shukaku, the one-tailed raccoon. His siblings, Tamari and Kankuro, had already retreated, unable to control what their brother was becoming. Gaara screamed. It wasn't a battle cry. It was the scream of a child who'd been tortured by his own demon since birth, who'd never slept without nightmares, who'd never been held without the sand lashing out. Naruto landed in front of him and felt something tighten in his chest. He recognized that pain. Not from Gohan's memories, from Naruto's own childhood. The loneliness of being feared for something sealed inside you that you never asked for. The desperation of wanting one person, just one, to look at you without hatred. Gaara, he said. Stay away. Gaara's voice was distorted, layered with Shukaku's. Sand tendrils lashed outward, demolishing trees, tearing up the ground. One tendril shot toward Sasuke. Naruto appeared in its path and deflected it with the back of his hand. The sand scattered like it had hit a wall. Sasuke, stay back. I've got this. You can't. I've got this. Naruto walked toward Gaara. Sand hammered him from every direction. Spikes, blades, crushing waves, each one hit him and broke apart. His ki-reinforced body was a fortress that Shukaku-san couldn't scratch. He kept walking. Gaara's transformation accelerated. The Shukaku was taking shape, towering, massive, a sand construct the size of a small building. Its tail swept through the forest, obliterating acres of trees. Naruto flew. He rose above the half-formed Shukaku, white aura blazing, and looked down at the thing that tormented a boy who'd done nothing wrong. I know what it's like, Naruto said, and his voice carried with ki, amplified, resonant, cutting through Shukaku's roaring. I know what it's like to carry a demon inside you, to be hated for something you can't control, to feel like the whole world wants you dead. Gaara's human eye, the one not yet consumed by sand, looked up at him. Something in it flickered. But you're not alone, Gaara. You never were. You just couldn't see it through the pain. Naruto dove, straight down, fist cocked, aura compressed to a point, punched through Shukaku's forehead. The impact shattered the sand construct like a bomb had gone off inside it. Sand rained down across a quarter-mile radius. Shukaku's consciousness was blown back into the seal, howling, forced into retreat by an impact that carried more power than it had experienced in centuries. Naruto caught Gaara's falling body before it hit the ground. The red-haired boy was barely conscious. His sand armor was gone. Shukaku's retreat had pulled it back. He lay in Naruto's arms, thin and fragile and shaking. Why? Gaara whispered. Why would you help me? Because someone has to, Naruto said, and because I know that the demon inside you doesn't define you. You define you. Gaara's eyes filled with tears. He'd never cried before. The sand had always absorbed the moisture. Without Shukaku's influence pressing against the seal, with the demon driven deep into dormancy, the tears fell freely for the first time in his life. Naruto held him and let him cry. Sasuke stood in the tree line, sharing and fading, and watched. The anger that had been simmering in his gut, the jealousy, the resentment, the desperate need to be the strongest, didn't disappear, but something else surfaced beside it: respect. Not for the power. He'd already respected and resented the power, but for the compassion, for the way Naruto wielded his overwhelming strength not to dominate but to protect, to heal. It lasted a moment. Then the darker emotions surged back and Sasuke turned away. But the moment had happened, and it wouldn't be forgotten. The invasion was crushed. Naruto's 200 combat clones had turned the tide across the village. They weren't individually as strong as the original, but each one was Genin level at minimum, and 200 Genin appearing simultaneously in an already contested battlefield was a logistical nightmare for the invaders. Sand and Sound shinobi were overwhelmed, captured, or routed. The barrier on the Kage box was a different matter. The third Hokage had fought Orochimaru in a battle that shook the rooftop. Hiruzen, old but unyielding, had summoned Enma, deployed the Reaper Death Seal, and prepared to sacrifice his life to take Orochimaru's arms. Naruto arrived at the barrier just as the Reaper Death Seal began to manifest. He couldn't breach the barrier. 4 Sound shinobi maintained it, and the purple flames consumed anything that touched them. Conventional entry was impossible. Naruto looked at the barrier. Then he looked at the 4 shinobi maintaining it. He raised one hand, palm open, aimed at the nearest sound ninja. Masenko. A concentrated beam of golden ki, not chakra, not something the barrier was designed to block, lanced from his palm. It wasn't aimed at the barrier itself. It was aimed at the man on the corner, the one whose contribution was structurally essential. The beam hit. The Sound shinobi was launched off the roof like a ragdoll, unconscious before he finished his first tumble. The barrier destabilized, one corner gone, the formation broken. The purple flames flickered and died. Anbu swarmed the remaining 3 corners. The barrier fell completely. Naruto burst in. Orochimaru and Hiruzen were locked together, the Reaper Death Seal hovering behind the Hokage like a ghastly shadow, ethereal hands reaching for the Sannin's soul. "Lord Hokage!" Naruto shouted. "Don't! You don't have to die for this!" Hiruzen looked at him. The old man's face was serene, the face of someone who'd made peace with death. "Naruto, the village needs protection from this snake. The seal is the only way to—" "No!" Naruto appeared between them. Speed that made Orochimaru's snake-fast reflexes look glacial. He grabbed the Sannin by the front of his robes and pulled him away from the Hokage, breaking the Reaper Death Seal's targeting lock. The Shinigami wavered, its purpose disrupted and faded. Orochimaru snarled. His arms, which Hiruzen had been draining, hung limp and dead at his sides, partially paralyzed by the incomplete seal. "You brat! This is the second time I've warned you," Naruto said. He didn't raise his voice. "There won't be a third." He threw Orochimaru, not gently, not measured. This time, Naruto threw him with the full contempt he felt for a man who experimented on children, who'd abandoned his village, who'd killed the Hokage in other timelines, who reminded him of every twisted being he'd ever fought. Orochimaru broke the sound barrier, leaving the village. His bodyguards, the Sound 4, minus the one Naruto had already blasted, scrambled after him, carrying their master's broken body toward the borders of Fire Country. On the rooftop, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, the professor, the god of shinobi, stood alive. His body was battered, his chakra was depleted. He was old and bleeding and barely standing, but he was alive. He looked at Naruto, and for the first time the composure broke. Tears streamed down his weathered face. "You saved me," Hiruzen whispered. "You're precious to me," Naruto said simply. "You were the first person in this village who treated me like a human being. I wasn't going to let you die." Hiruzen pulled him into a hug. Anbu arrived. Medics followed. The village, battered and damaged but not broken, began to pick up the pieces. The invasion was over. Konoha had survived. And the name Naruto Uzumaki was on every lip in the village. Not as the Nine-Tails brat, but as the boy who'd saved the Hokage, routed the enemy, and protected the village with an army of clones and power that defied comprehension. The weeks after the invasion were a period of recovery and reassessment. Konoha rebuilt. The dead were mourned. The alliance with Sand was cautiously restored after Gaara returned home, transformed by his encounter with Naruto, advocated for peace with the conviction his siblings barely recognized. Naruto trained. Of course he trained. That was the constant. While the village mourned and rebuilt, Naruto was in training ground 44 at 4 in the morning. Weights increased to 400 kilograms, pushing his body past limits that would have killed him a year ago. The Zenkai boosts were accelerating. Every brutal training session, every micro-tier healed, every exhaustion overcome, ratcheted his power higher. His base strength was climbing toward the level he'd had as a teenager in his old life. And with the addition of chakra, he had access to tools Gohan had never dreamed of. He worked on his transformations, Super Saiyan, the Golden Ascension. In his previous life, he'd first achieved it as a child, triggered by rage at Cell's murder of Android 16. In this life, the emotional trigger wasn't anger, it was resolve. The bone-deep determination to never let anyone he loved sacrifice themselves for him again. He could feel the transformation waiting. It sat just below the surface of his power, a dam of golden light held back by the final lock of his suppressed potential. He'd approach it during intense training sessions. His hair would flicker, his eyes would flash teal for a split second. But he hadn't pushed through, not yet. He wanted it earned, not given. When the transformation came, it would be because he needed it, because the stakes demanded it, because his promise was on the line. In the village, his reputation had shifted seismically. Civilians who'd once crossed the street to avoid him now nodded respectfully. Shinobi who dismissed him as the Nine-Tails brat offered greetings. The Konoha Council, those power-hungry relics who'd spent years trying to turn him into a weapon, were suddenly very interested in being his friend. Naruto was polite to all of them and trusted none of the council's sudden warmth. He'd lived a previous life. He knew what opportunism looked like. His real relationships were the ones that mattered. Team 7 continued to grow. Sakura, inspired by the invasion, had begun training with Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, summoned back to the village by Jiraiya when Hiruzen's injuries proved too severe for continued service. Sakura's chakra control, already excellent, was being channeled into medical ninjutsu and the legendary strength technique. She was going to be formidable. And Sasuke. Sasuke was a wound that wouldn't close. The Uchiha had changed since the invasion. On the surface, he trained harder than ever. His Sharingan was at 3 Tomoe. His Chidori was refined. His taijutsu had sharpened from months of sparring with Naruto, who continued to limit himself during their sessions, pushing Sasuke without overwhelming him. But underneath, something was rotting. Naruto felt it. The same way he'd felt the shift in Vegeta before Babbidi's influence took hold. A growing darkness, a festering resentment that had nothing to do with Naruto personally and everything to do with the gap between them. A gap that grew wider every day regardless of how hard Sasuke worked. Itachi's shadow loomed over everything. Sasuke's brother, the man who massacred the Uchiha clan, was out there somewhere, and Sasuke's entire existence was oriented toward being strong enough to kill him. But how could he close the gap with Itachi when he couldn't even close the gap with Naruto? The Sound Four came to him on a night when the resentment was at its peak. Naruto sensed them enter the village. 4 energy signatures, familiar. 3 of the same group he'd scattered on the rooftop, plus a replacement for the one he'd blasted. They were suppressed, hidden, slipping through patrols with practiced ease. They were heading toward Sasuke's apartment. Naruto closed his eyes. He was on the rooftop of his own building, meditating. Jacket off, weights creating depressions in the concrete. The cool night air stirred his hair. He could intercept them now, could appear at Sasuke's apartment before the Sound Four arrived, send them running, and prevent what was about to happen. But he'd learned something from his previous life, something Goku had understood instinctively, and Gohan had only grasped after years of failure. You can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. You can only be there when they're ready. He couldn't chain Sasuke to the village. The darkness in the boy needed to be confronted, not suppressed. If Naruto stopped this meeting, the Sound Four would come back, or someone else would. The poison was in Sasuke's heart, and it needed to come out, one way or another. So Naruto made a decision. He let the Sound Four make their pitch. He felt Sasuke's energy signature spike with conflicted emotion throughout the night. Anger, temptation, despair, resolve. And in the pre-dawn hours, he felt Sasuke leave the village. Naruto opened his eyes. Time to go. Tsunade mobilized a retrieval team. She didn't have many options. The village was still recovering. Most shonen were deployed on critical missions, and the Sound Four had a head start. Shikamaru Nara was given command. His team, Choji Akimichi, Neji Hyuga, fully recovered and fundamentally changed since his loss to Naruto. Kiba Inuzuka and Rock Lee, still recovering from surgery but insistent on participating. Naruto was assigned last. The Hokage looked at him when she gave the order, and something unspoken passed between them. Bring him back, Naruto. I will. The team departed at dawn. Shikamaru's tactical mind mapped the pursuit route. The Sound Four had a 12-hour lead, but were slowed by the coffin carrying Sasuke, the container for the ritual that would fully activate his curse mark to its next level. The pursuit became a running battle. The Sound Four split off one by one to delay the retrieval team, each member engaging a leaf shinobi in a desperate holding action. Jirobo versus Choji, Kidomaru versus Neji, Sakon and Ukon versus Kiba, Tayuya versus Shikamaru and Lee. Naruto felt each fight through his ki sensing. His teammates were strong, stronger than the Sound Four expected. Choji's Akimichi pills pushed him past Jirobo. Neji's evolved gentle fist, refined by his defeat at Naruto's hands and the philosophical awakening that followed, dismantled Kidomaru's web shooting techniques. Kiba's feral tenacity and Akamaru's loyalty wore down the twin brothers. Shikamaru's genius tactics combined with Lee's explosive taijutsu, aided by the arrival of the Sand siblings as backup. Gaara's repayment of his debt overwhelmed Tayuya, but every fight cost time, and Sasuke was getting farther away. Naruto ran ahead, alone, moving at speeds that left the forest floor cracked and smoking behind him, each footstep a small detonation of compressed ki. Trees blurred past, the landscape smeared. He covered ground that should have taken hours and minutes. The Valley of the End materialized before him, two enormous statues flanking a waterfall. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, founders of the village, locked in eternal combat. The waterfall roared between them, filling the valley with mist and thunder. Sasuke stood at the base of Madara's statue. He'd emerged from the coffin. The curse mark covered half his body in black flame-like patterns, pulsing with Orochimaru's corrupted chakra. His Sharingan blazed. His posture was rigid, defensive, the body language of someone who'd already decided and was bracing for the consequences. Naruto landed on Hashirama's head and looked down at him. For a long moment, neither spoke. The waterfall filled the silence. You don't have to do this, Naruto said. Sasuke's jaw tightened. You don't understand. I understand better than you think. Naruto walked to the edge of the statue head. The mist from the waterfall dampened his hair. I know what it's like to feel powerless, to have someone you love taken from you, to want strength so badly that you'd sell your soul for it. Then you know I can't stay. I know you think you can't. That's different. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto him. Three tomoes spinning with emotions that the eyes were never designed to process. Fury, grief, envy, something that might have been love twisted beyond recognition. You've always been above me, Sasuke said, and his voice cracked. From the first day, the bell test, the wave mission, the exams, every day the gap gets bigger. I train until I bleed and you just are. How am I supposed to kill Itachi when I can't even touch you? Sasuke, Orochimaru is offering me power, real power, the kind I need. Orochimaru is offering you a cage. He wants your body, your Sharingan. You'd be his vessel. If it means killing Itachi, I don't care. Naruto closed his eyes. Behind them, another face superimposed. Vegeta, standing in the World Martial Arts Tournament arena, letting Babbidi's mark spread across his forehead because the promise of power outweighed everything else. I failed to stop it then. I watched my friend become a monster because I wasn't strong enough, wasn't persuasive enough, wasn't there when it mattered. Not this time. He opened his eyes. Then I'll stop you. Sasuke's curse mark flared. You can try. He activated the second stage. The transformation was grotesque and terrifying. The curse mark consumed his entire body. His skin turned gray. A black cross-shaped mark spread across his face. Massive hand-shaped wings erupted from his back. His chakra output skyrocketed. Dark, twisted energy pouring off him in visible waves. Curse Mark, Stage 2. Sasuke was, by any reasonable measure, one of the most powerful beings in the land of fire at that moment. His speed, strength, and chakra had multiplied exponentially. The Chidori in his hand wasn't just lightning. It was a shrieking, black-tinged lance of destruction that warped the air around it. He looked at Naruto with malformed eyes and a rictus grin. What now? Dead last? Naruto looked at him, took a breath, and made a decision he'd been holding in reserve since the day his memories returned. He reached for the zipper on his jacket, pulled it down, and let it drop. The jacket hit the stone head of Hashirama's statue and cracked it. 400 kilograms of weighted fabric and gravity seals released all at once, and the statue's surface fissured under the impact. Then the undershirt, another 150 kilograms. Crack! A chunk of stone broke off and fell into the waterfall. Then the wrist weights, the ankle weights, each one detonating against the statue like mortar rounds. Naruto stood in the mist, wearing nothing but his pants and headband, and the difference was staggering. Without the weights, his body felt like nothing. Lighter than air, faster than thought. The years of progressive overload had built a physical foundation that, unleashed, turned him into something beyond description. But it wasn't enough. Not for what he needed to say, not for the statement he needed to make. He promised himself the transformation would come when it was earned, when the stakes demanded it, when his vow was on the line. Sasuke was about to sell his soul to a monster. The friend Naruto had sworn to protect was falling into darkness, and if he failed here, if he let another person he cared about be consumed by the hunger for power, then everything he trained for, everything he'd promised, everything his father had sacrificed was meaningless. The stakes were here. It was time. Naruto reached deep inside himself, past the chakra, past the Kyuubi's seal, past the key reserves that had been growing exponentially for 12 years, down to the core, the place where his Saiyan blood burned hottest, where the potential of a warrior race that had once conquered galaxies was coiled like a spring. And he pushed. The water in the Valley of the End began to rise. Not the waterfall, the water everywhere. The river at the base of the statue started defying gravity, droplets lifting into the air, hanging suspended like rain in reverse. The mist evaporated. The air heated. The stone under Naruto's feet began to glow. Sasuke's enhanced eyes widened. What are you? Lightning, not Chidori, not a technique. Atmospheric lightning, the natural electromagnetic discharge caused by the sheer volume of energy Naruto was releasing into the environment. Bolts cracked across the sky, blue, white, and blinding, striking the valley walls, the statues, the water. Thunder rolled across the landscape. Naruto's hair lifted. It flickered. Black, then gold. Black, then gold. His eyes shifted. Blue, then teal. Blue, then teal. In his mindscape, Kurama sat up for the first time in years. The fox stared into the void half of the seal, the infinite star-speckled space that he'd been watching with weary fascination since the boy was 4 years old, and for the first time, he saw what was in it. Light, golden light, an ocean of it, pouring outward like a dam breaking, flooding the mindscape, illuminating the cage, turning the murky sewer water into liquid gold. So this is what you are, Kurama whispered. Inside the void, something ancient and primal roared. Outside, Naruto screamed. Not in pain, in release. The sound tore across the valley, rattled the statues, sent shockwaves through the water. It was the scream of Gohan unlocking Super Saiyan 2 against Cell, the scream of Goku achieving the legendary form on Namek, the primal battle cry of a warrior race that defined its existence through the constant pursuit of strength. His hair turned gold, not gradual, not a flicker. It ignited, every strand standing on end, blazing with a light that wasn't fire, but something deeper, more fundamental. The golden aura erupted from his body like a second sun, washing the entire valley in amber radiance. His eyes locked into teal, sharp, bright, radiating focus and power. Super Saiyan. The transformation's visual impact was biblical. The golden aura displaced the air in a dome of force that pushed Sasuke backward, wings straining against the pressure. The waterfall, the entire waterfall, thousands of tons of moving water, stopped flowing. It hung suspended, shimmering in the golden light, defying physics, defying nature, defying everything this world understood about energy. The statues of Madara and Hashirama cracked, not from impact, from proximity. The ambient energy output of Super Saiyan Naruto was enough to stress fracture stone at 50 meters. In Konoha, 60 kilometers away, every sensor in the village collapsed simultaneously. Ino Yamanaka's father, head of the sensory division, fell out of his chair and couldn't get up for 10 minutes. The energy signature they detected wasn't chakra. It wasn't the Nine Tails. It was something beyond their instruments' ability to measure, a reading that went to the maximum and stayed there, the needle pinned, the scale broken. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade gripped her desk as the building shuddered. What the hell is that? Kakashi, who'd been running toward the valley with a team of Anbu after receiving the retrieval mission reports, stopped on a tree branch and stared at the golden pillar of light on the horizon. His Sharingan was open, spinning at maximum speed, trying to comprehend the energy. It couldn't. There was no framework, no reference point, no jutsu, no tailed beast, no legendary technique in the entire recorded history of the shinobi world that compared to what his eye was showing him. That's Naruto, he whispered. And for the first time since his sensei's death, Kakashi Hake felt genuine awe. Sasuke looked at what Naruto had become and felt something crack inside him. Not his body, not his resolve, something deeper, the narrative he'd built his life around. The story of the lone avenger, the last Uchiha, the boy destined to destroy his brother or die trying. That narrative required him to be special, required his suffering to mean something, required the power he sought to be unique and earned and his. And here was Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last, the orphan, the demon brat, standing in a golden aura that dwarfed everything Sasuke had ever seen, ever imagined, ever dreamed of, and he hadn't gotten it from Orochimaru or anyone else. He trained for it. What? Sasuke's curse mark warped voice was barely a whisper. What is that chakra? It's not chakra, Naruto said. His voice was the same, calm, direct, Naruto's voice, but it resonated differently, deeper, like it was coming from a larger space. It's something I was born with, something I've spent my whole life building. You were born with it? We're all born with potential, Sasuke. The difference is what we do with it. Naruto's teal eyes were unwavering. You have more potential than you know. You could be extraordinary without selling yourself to a snake, but you're so consumed by hatred that you can't see it. Shut up! Sasuke roared. The curse mark flared. Black Chidori screamed in his hand, a shrieking lance of lightning and dark energy, more powerful than anything he'd ever produced. You don't know anything about my pain, about what Itachi took from me, about what I need. He launched himself at Naruto. Curse mark wings spread wide, Black Chidori extended. He crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat. Fast enough to kill most Jonin before they could blink. Fast enough to challenge Anbu captains. A strike born from desperation, rage, and a twisted love that expressed itself as violence. Naruto watched him come and vanished. Not a flicker, not a blur. He was simply gone. There one moment, not there the next. Super Saiyan speed in a body conditioned by years of absurd weighted training. The movement was so fast that Sasuke's 3 Tomoe Sharingan, designed to predict and track the fastest opponents, saw nothing. No afterimage, no trail, no indication of direction. Sasuke's Chidori hit empty air. He stumbled, off balance, wings flaring to correct his trajectory. Naruto appeared in front of him. The gut punch was precision incarnate. Not a haymaker, not a wild strike. A single, measured blow to the solar plexus, the exact amount of force needed to collapse the curse mark transformation without causing permanent internal damage. The impact was invisible. There was no dramatic shockwave, no Hollywood explosion. Just a sound, a deep, resonant thum that vibrated in the chest. And then Sasuke's curse mark retreated. The gray skin receded. The wings crumbled. The black cross on his face dissolved. In one impact, one perfectly calibrated strike, the transformation that Orochimaru's most advanced seal had taken months to develop was simply turned off. Sasuke hung in the air for a moment, eyes wide, mouth open, the Chidori dying in his hand. Normal Sasuke. Pale skin, dark hair, Sharingan fading as consciousness fled, he fell. Naruto caught him. He held his teammate, his friend, his burden, his reminder of Vegeta and every proud warrior who'd ever let darkness dictate their choices, and lowered them both to the surface of the river. The water had resumed flowing, but it parted around Naruto's aura in a circle of dry ground. Sasuke was unconscious, alive, unbroken. The curse mark was still there. Naruto couldn't remove it, but its influence had been forcibly suppressed. Naruto looked down at him, golden aura flickering, teal eyes reflecting in the water. "I told you, Sasuke. I trained for this." He didn't say it with triumph, not with mockery, with sadness, the sadness of someone who understood that winning a fight and saving a friend weren't always the same thing. But Sasuke was here, in his arms, not in Orochimaru's lab, not being consumed by hatred in a dark room in the Sound Village, here. That was enough. For now, Naruto powered down, the golden aura faded. His hair darkened from gold to blonde, natural blonde, the color it had always been in this life, warm and yellow and not quite Saiyan gold. His eyes returned to blue. The exhaustion hit immediately. Not crippling. He'd maintained the transformation for less than 5 minutes, but real. His muscles ached. His ki reserves were depleted by a third. His body, still adapting to the Super Saiyan state for the first time in this life, vibrated with residual energy. He lifted Sasuke over his shoulder and started walking. The Valley of the End was changed forever. The waterfall still flowed, but the statues were cracked. Madara's head had a fissure running from crown to jaw. Hashirama's outstretched hand had lost 2 fingers. The cliff faces on both sides were scarred with lightning strikes and stress fractures from the transformation's ambient output. And the Chidori versus Kamehameha clash, the one Naruto had never actually needed to fire because the gut punch had ended things before it came to that. Wait. He paused. Thought about it. No. He'd prepared the Kamehameha. He'd felt the wave building in his palms as Sasuke charged, but he'd chosen the punch instead, because the Kamehameha, even controlled, might have hurt Sasuke badly. The punch was more precise, more merciful. He remembered the original timeline, the one he'd seen in fragmented visions during meditation, echoes of a story that might have been. In that version, Naruto and Sasuke had clashed at this valley, Rasengan versus Chidori, and Sasuke had left him bleeding on the ground and walked away. Not this time. Never this time. He walked. Kilometer after kilometer, Sasuke's weight barely registering on his Saiyan physiology. The forest was quiet. Birds had returned. The lightning had stopped. An hour into the walk, he felt Kakashi's signature approaching rapidly. The Jonin landed on a branch ahead, Sharingan spinning, Anbu flanking him, and he froze. He looked at Naruto, at the unconscious Sasuke on his shoulder, at the direction they'd come from, the Valley of the End, where the pillar of golden light had been visible from 60 kilometers away. "Naruto," Kakashi said. His voice was perfectly even, which meant he was barely holding himself together. "Is he?" "He's fine. Unconscious. The curse mark is suppressed. He'll need Jiraiya to look at the seal, but physically he's intact." Kakashi dropped from the branch and approached. His eyes swept over Naruto, assessing. The boy was shirtless, lean-muscled, covered in a fine sheen of sweat that caught the moonlight. No injuries, no damage. "The light," Kakashi said. "That golden light." "What was that?" Naruto considered his answer. He could lie, could deflect, could give a half-truth about a secret technique or a bloodline limit, but Kakashi had been his sensei for months. He'd been patient, supportive, and respectful in the face of phenomena he couldn't explain. He deserved better than a lie. "It's a transformation," Naruto said. "Something I was born with. It multiplies my power by approximately 50 times. Kakashi absorbed this. 50 times. Roughly. I'm still calibrating. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in what might have been amusement, hysteria, or both. 50 times your base power, the base power that already outclasses most Jonin. Yes. Kakashi looked at the sky, then at Naruto, then at the sky again. "Ma, I really need a drink. Ichiraku served sake." Naruto offered. Despite everything, the invasion, the pursuit, the golden pillar of light, the valley full of cracked statues, Kakashi laughed. It was short and helpless and genuine. "Let's go home," the Jonin said. They walked back to Konoha together. Anbu carried Sasuke. The retrieval team, battered, bruised, but alive, every single one of them, regrouped at the gates. Choji was on a stretcher but grinning. The Akimichi pills had almost killed him, but Tsunade's medical team had stabilized him. Neji walked under his own power, bandaged but alert, and he nodded to Naruto with genuine respect, the respect of a fellow warrior who'd been beaten, humbled, and made stronger for it. Kiba was loud and boisterous, telling anyone who'd listen about his fight with Sakon and Ukon. Shikamaru was quiet, analyzing, already writing the mission report in his head. Lee was on crutches but radiant. yelling about youth with enough conviction to make Guy weep from across the village. They all made it back. The debriefing was held in the Hokage's office the next morning. Tsunade sat behind the desk, flanked by Shizune, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Naruto stood across from them, hands at his sides. He'd put his jacket back on, retrieved by a shadow clone, and the weights were recalibrated and active. "I'll be direct," Tsunade said. "That energy you released at the Valley of the End was detected by every sensor in the village and several monitoring stations in neighboring countries. I've already fielded inquiries from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. They want to know if we tested a weapon." "It wasn't a weapon," Naruto said. "It was me. That's what I told them. They didn't believe me. A 12-year-old genin producing an energy signature larger than a tailed beast transformation?" Tsunade leaned back. "I barely believe it, and I was watching it happen in real time through the crystal ball." Jiraiya spoke up. "Naruto, we need to understand what this is. You owe us that much. You're a leaf shinobi, and the village deserves to know what kind of power is living within its walls." Naruto looked at his godfather, then at Tsunade, then at Kakashi, who gave a barely perceptible nod. He took a breath. What I'm about to tell you is going to sound insane. I need you to hear me out before you call the Yamanaka clan to check my head," he told them. "Not everything, not the specific details of Dragon Ball battles, not the names of gods and angels from Universe 7, but the core truth that he carried the memories and abilities of a previous existence, that in that life he'd been a warrior of immense power who'd fought and failed and died, that his Saiyan biology, the alien heritage that manifested as enhanced physiology, key manipulation and transformation, had carried over into this new body, that the tail removed at birth had been real, that the energy they detected wasn't chakra or bijou influence, that he was, in the most literal sense, not entirely human." Silence filled the office when he finished. Tsunade stared at him with the expression of a woman who thought she'd seen everything and just had the floor pulled out from under her. Jiraiya's mouth was open. His hand was frozen halfway to his notepad, where he'd been taking notes out of habit. The pen had fallen. Kakashi had closed his book. "Reincarnation," Tsunade said flatly. "Yes. From another world, another universe. Yes. With alien biology that gives you superhuman everything and a transformation that makes you glow gold. That's a simplification, but yes." Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. "Shizune, sake." "It's 9 in the morning, Lady Tsunade." "Sake." Jiraiya recovered first. The Toad Sage had spent decades traveling the world, studying prophecy and chasing legends. His mind was built for the extraordinary. "It explains the anomalies," Jiraiya said slowly. "The physical impossibilities, the energy signature that doesn't match any known framework. The tail at birth, Kushina mentioned it once, in passing, said Minato was disturbed by it. It explains why the Kyuubi is afraid of him." Kakashi added quietly. Everyone looked at him. "I've spoken with Naruto about the Nine Tails before," Kakashi said. "He mentioned that the fox is subdued, not sealed into passivity, genuinely reluctant to challenge him. I assumed it was a seal mechanism. But if what Naruto is saying is true, if there's an energy inside him that predates and outstrips tailed beast chakra, then the Kyuubi isn't subdued. It's intimidated." Tsunade took the sake from Shizune and drank directly from the bottle. Then she set it down, wiped her lips, and looked at Naruto with the sharp, assessing gaze of a leader making a critical decision. "Does anyone else know?" "No, my teammates know I'm unusually strong. They don't know the source. Keep it that way, for now." She folded her hands. "Naruto, I'm going to be honest with you. What you've described, what you've demonstrated, puts you in a category of power that this village, this continent, this world doesn't have a framework for. If this gets out, every nation will either try to recruit you or kill you." "I'm aware." "Good. Then you're also aware that I can't let you stay a genin. It's a waste and a security risk. I'm fine with whatever rank you." "Shut up, I'm thinking." Tsunade drummed her fingers on the desk. "Special Jonin. Technically a promotion based on your performance during the Chunin Exams, the invasion, and the retrieval mission. On paper, you're a prodigy fast-tracked for excellence. Off paper, I'm an alien hybrid reincarnation with the power to reshape geography," Naruto said with the ghost of a smile. Tsunade looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression softened. Behind the impossible power, the strategic mind, and the alien heritage, there was a 12-year-old kid who'd been alone for most of his life. A kid who ate ramen because it was warm, and the people who served it were kind. A kid who trained at 4 in the morning because he was terrified of failing the people he loved. She could understand that. She'd lost everyone she loved too. Special Jonin, she confirmed. Effective immediately. And Naruto? Yes, Lady Hokage. Thank you for saving the old man and for bringing Sasuke back. It's what I do, Naruto said. Sasuke's situation was complicated. He'd attempted defection. In wartime or stricter regimes, that meant execution. In Konoha's current climate, rebuilding from an invasion, dealing with political fallout, and navigating a complex web of clan politics, it meant confinement and evaluation. Tsunade placed Sasuke under house arrest with ambush surveillance. Kakashi and Jiraiya worked together to reinforce the seal suppressing the curse mark, not removing it. Orochimaru's seals were too deeply integrated for simple removal, but layering containment seals over it that would dampen its influence. Naruto visited him on the 3rd day. Sasuke sat on his bed, staring at the wall. The ambush stationed outside the window tensed when Naruto entered, then relaxed. The kid was Special Jonin now, and frankly, none of them were stupid enough to try to stop him from doing anything. Hey, Naruto said. Don't, Sasuke said, not looking at him. Don't what? Don't pretend this is normal. Don't pretend we can just go back to being teammates. You humiliated me. Naruto sat on the chair across from the bed. I stopped you from making the worst decision of your life. By punching me so hard my curse mark turned off. Sasuke's voice was bitter. One punch. All that power Orochimaru promised me. The seal, the transformation, everything. And you turned it off with one punch. Sasuke. What? Look at me. Sasuke turned his head. His Sharingan was off. His eyes were dark. Raw, the eyes of a boy who'd been stripped of his illusions and didn't know how to exist without them. Your brother is strong, Naruto said. Maybe one of the strongest shinobi alive. And you want to beat him. I understand that. I don't agree with the obsession, but I understand the drive. Sasuke said nothing. Orochimaru's power is borrowed. It comes with strings, and those strings lead to your body being hijacked by a snake who's been stealing people's lives for decades. You would never have killed Itachi with that power because you wouldn't have been you anymore. Then how? Sasuke's voice cracked. How am I supposed to get strong enough? You have your alien warrior transformation thing. I have a Sharingan and a dead clan. How do I close a gap that gets bigger every day? Naruto leaned forward. You want me to train you? Sasuke stared at him. What? Not spar. Not the controlled sessions we've been doing. Actually train you. Push you the way I push myself. Scale to your level, obviously, because my training would kill you. But real training, the kind that breaks you down and builds you back stronger. The offer hung in the air. Sasuke's pride screamed at him to refuse. Accepting training from the person who'd humiliated him, who dismantled him with a single blow, was an admission of inferiority that tasted like poison. But underneath the pride, underneath the hatred and the trauma, there was a pragmatist, a survivor, a boy who wanted to be strong enough to confront his brother, and who was slowly, reluctantly, beginning to realize that strength didn't have to come from darkness. Why? Sasuke asked. Why do you care whether I get stronger? Naruto was quiet for a moment. Then, because in my previous experience, I watched someone a lot like you make the wrong choice. He was proud, powerful, consumed by the need to be the best. He sold his soul for a power boost, and it nearly destroyed everything he cared about. What happened to him? He changed. Eventually, after a lot of pain that could have been avoided, he became one of the best men I ever knew. But it took years, and it cost him things he could never get back. Naruto met Sasuke's eyes. I don't want that for you. I want you to get there faster, with less damage. Sasuke looked at his hands, closed his eyes, opened them. Fine, he said. Train me. It wasn't friendship. Not yet. But it was a beginning. The months that followed were a period of relative peace that Naruto used ruthlessly. He trained. Of course he trained. His weights went up to 500 kilograms. The gravity seals were refined, intensified. He was now simulating roughly 15x Earth gravity at all times, distributed across his entire body. His muscles had adapted, his bones had densified, and his speed with the weights on, now exceeded what it had been without them a year ago, he practiced the Super Saiyan transformation in secret. The first time had been instinctive, triggered by emotion, raw and uncontrolled. Now he worked on making it deliberate, triggering it at will, maintaining it for longer periods, reducing the energy drain. Within 3 months, he could hold Super Saiyan for 30 minutes without significant fatigue. The multiplier was real, a 50-fold increase across all physical parameters. Speed, strength, durability, energy output, everything multiplied by 50. The math was ridiculous by this world's standards. His base power already dwarfed most of what the shinobi world could offer. Multiply that by 50, and the resulting figure was astronomical, but he remembered what came above Super Saiyan, the ascended states. Super Saiyan 2, the form he'd first achieved against Cell, lightning arcing through the golden aura, power doubled beyond the initial transformation. He'd tasted it in his old life, and then squandered it through years of neglect. He could feel it. Distant, but approaching, like hearing thunder from a storm that hasn't arrived yet. The potential for Super Saiyan 2 was there, growing as his base power climbed and his mastery of the first transformation solidified. He didn't rush it. Rushing was how mistakes happened. How arrogance crept in. How warriors at the peak of their power got complacent and failed when it mattered most. Never again. He also trained Sasuke, as promised. 3 mornings a week before dawn, the two of them in a private training ground. Naruto designed a program that pushed Sasuke to his absolute limits without breaking him. Progressive overload, technique refinement, speed drills, and a heavy emphasis on mastering the Sharingan's predictive capabilities. Sasuke grew. Rapidly. The Uchiha prodigy was talented, genuinely, legitimately talented, and with proper training and a rival who could push him without the toxic dynamics of hatred and competition, that talent bloomed. His Chidori evolved. His Sharingan sharpened. His taijutsu incorporated elements of the martial arts stances Naruto shared, modified for a human body, stripped of the Saiyan-specific movements, but still devastatingly effective. He didn't become Naruto's equal. Nobody was going to become Naruto's equal through a few months of training. But he became strong, genuinely, impressively strong. Strong enough to be a real threat to A-rank opponents. Strong enough, eventually, to face Itachi. Their relationship changed too. Not dramatically. Sasuke was still Sasuke. Proud, quiet, sharp-edged. But the poisonous resentment was fading, replaced by something healthier. Competition? Yes, but the kind that pushed both participants upward rather than tearing them apart. During one training session, after a particularly brutal spar that left Sasuke flat on his back gasping for air, the Uchiha said something unexpected. "Thank you." Naruto blinked. For what? For stopping me. At the valley. Sasuke stared at the sky. I was wrong. It was possibly the hardest sentence Sasuke Uchiha had ever spoken. Naruto let the weight of it sit without diminishing it. You're welcome. They went back to sparring. Sakura's growth was equally remarkable, if less dramatic. Under Tsunade's tutelage, she developed into a formidable medical ninja with the superhuman strength technique, channeling precise chakra into her fists to create devastating impacts. She'd also become the team's strategic thinker, her analytical mind complementing Naruto's power and Sasuke's precision. She no longer fawned over Sasuke. That particular blindness had been burned away by months of real shinobi work, real danger, and the slow realization that she was capable of standing on her own. She still cared about both her teammates deeply, but as a partner, not a satellite. Team 7, reconfigured and strengthened, took missions together when schedules aligned. Naruto's special Jonin rank meant he was sometimes pulled for solo assignments, usually situations where overwhelming force was needed, and subtlety was secondary. He cleared a bandit fortress in the land of rivers by walking through the front gate. Every arrow bounced off him. Every sword broke against his skin. The bandits surrendered after he punched through a stone wall and asked politely if they wanted to continue. He intercepted a missing 9 convoy in the land of hot springs. 2 B-rank criminals and an A-rank leader. Naruto handled it in under a minute. The A-rank missing nin later described the experience to his cellmate in Konoha's prison as getting hit by a mountain that could think. He escorted a diplomat through contested territory near the Land of Sound, and when an ambush materialized, 30 sound shinobi, a trap planned for weeks, he dispersed them with a single ki-enhanced shockwave. Non-lethal, not even a particularly strong one, just enough to send 30 bodies tumbling across the landscape like leaves in a storm. Each mission built his reputation, not through propaganda or rumor, through results. Naruto Uzumaki completed every mission cleanly, efficiently, and with minimal casualties. He was polite to clients, respectful to allies, and absolutely unequivocally devastating to enemies. The bingo book entry on him was updated 3 times in 4 months. The most recent version, circulated among foreign intelligence services, read, Uzumaki, Naruto, Leaf Village, Special Jonin, age 13. Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, unconfirmed influence on combat abilities. Known abilities, extreme physical enhancement, energy projection, unknown type, flight unconfirmed, mass shadow clone deployment. Recommended approach, do not engage. Retreat and report. The do not engage rating was usually reserved for Kaja-level threats. Naruto was 13 years old. The intelligence about Akatsuki was growing more urgent. Jiraiya's spy network reported increased activity. The organization, 10 S-rank criminals, each wearing black cloaks with red clouds, was actively hunting Jinchuriki. 2 had already been captured. The 3 tails and the 5 tails extracted from their hosts, both hosts killed in the process. They would come for Naruto eventually. And for Gaara, Naruto prepared, not with fear, with the cold, strategic clarity of a warrior who'd fought threats far beyond what 10 S-rank shinobi could present. But he didn't underestimate them either. Gohan's greatest failure had been complacency, assuming the fight was won before it was over, letting Cell reach his perfect form because he wanted to see the monster suffer, letting Buu absorb his friends because he was too busy showboating to finish the job. Naruto Uzumaki would not repeat those mistakes. When the Akatsuki came, he would meet them head-on, and he would end the threat decisively. In the meantime, there was one more piece of unfinished business. Naruto stood in his mindscape. The sewer had changed. Gone was the murky water and rusted pipes. In their place was a vast plain, half golden meadow, half star-speckled void. The two halves coexisted seamlessly. Ki and chakra made manifest as landscape. The cage was still there, but it looked different, less like a prison and more like a boundary. The bars were lighter, thinner. The seal on the gate was complex and beautiful, a work of art as much as a containment mechanism. Kurama sat behind the bars, one eye open. He looked different too, smaller somehow. Not physically smaller, just less overwhelming. In a space that contained the echo of Saiyan power, even a tailed beast seemed proportional. "We need to talk," Naruto said. "We've been talking for 9 years. You show up, say something annoyingly cryptic, and leave. Fair. This time, I want to have an actual conversation." Kurama opened both eyes. 9 tails shifted behind him, creating slow waves in the air. "I know what you are," Naruto said. "You're a being of pure chakra, created by the Sage of 6 Paths from the 10 Tails energy. You're not a demon. You're not a monster. You're an intelligent entity who's been imprisoned for centuries and treated as a weapon by people who don't understand you." Kurama said nothing, but his tails went still. "I know you hate humans. Most of you have every right to. But I'm not asking you to like me. I'm asking you to work with me." Why? Because something is coming. An organization that hunts your kind. And because if we work together, your chakra and my ki, we could create something that neither of us could achieve alone. Kurama studied him. The ancient fox, older than any living being on the surface, who'd witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations and been chained by each one in turn, looked at this child who was not a child and made a calculation. "You're not afraid of me. No. You've never been afraid of me. No. Because of what's inside you, the other power. Partly, but also because I see you, Kurama, the real you. Not the demon, not the weapon, the being who remembers his father, the sage, and who's been alone and angry for so long that anger is all you know how to feel." Silence. The meadow and void were quiet. Even the ambient energy seemed to hold its breath. "You know my name. I learned it from the scroll archives. The sage named each of you. You were his children in a way." Kurama's tails curled around himself, a defensive gesture, a vulnerability. "No one has called me by my name in a very long time." "Then let me be the first in this era." Naruto extended his hand through the bars. "Partners, not master and prisoner, not weapon and wielder, partners. Kurama looked at the hand. His massive face was unrateable, a fox the size of a mountain, ancient and powerful and deeply, profoundly lonely. He extended one claw. The tip touched Naruto's palm. The seal pulsed. Golden light, ki, and crimson light, Kurama's chakra, spiraled together, intertwining, creating something new. A bridge, a bond. Not the violent subjugation of Jinchuriki tradition, but a mutual agreement between two beings of immense power. The chakra that flowed through the connection was staggering. Kurama's reserves made Naruto's already enormous chakra pool look like a cup next to an ocean. And when that ocean touched the ki burning in Naruto's core, the meadow bloomed. The void ignited. The entire mindscape transformed, half blazing gold, half burning crimson, a landscape of merged power that shook the foundations of the seal. Outside in the physical world, Naruto sat on a cliff overlooking Konoha. The village sprawled below, rebuilt, bustling, alive with the energy of people going about their days. The sun was setting, painting the sky in oranges and purples. His energy signature shifted. Not dramatically, the change was subtle, internal, but every sensor within range felt it. A smoothing, a deepening, as if two rivers had merged into one. Inside, Kurama's voice echoed through the bond. Partner. Naruto smiled. The stars came out over Konoha. Naruto sat on the cliff, legs dangling over the edge, watching the lights of the village flicker to life below. The Hokage monument was to his right, 4 faces carved in stone, soon to be 5 when they added Tsunade's. His father's face looked out over the village with eyes that saw everything and nothing. He thought about Minato, the 4th Hokage, the man who'd sealed Kurama inside him and died with a prayer that his son would be seen as a hero. The village hadn't honored that prayer for a long time, but it was starting to now. Not because of the seal, not because of the fox, because of what Naruto had done with the power he'd been given and the power he'd earned. He thought about Goku, his father from another life, the man who smiled through everything, who fought because he loved it, who died because he loved his son more. The father-son Kamehameha. The last image Gohan had of his father before the goodbye, standing in King Kai's realm, hand on the back of his head, grinning, saying, "Take care of your mother for me." Tears rolled down Naruto's cheeks, not from sadness, from gratitude. He'd been given 2 lives, 2 chances, 2 families. He'd been loved by Goku and Chi-Chi. He'd been loved by Minato and Kushina, even though he'd never known them. He'd been loved by Iruka, by Hiruzen, by Tochi and Ayame, by his teammates, by Jiraiya in his clumsy, guilt-ridden way, and now by Kurama, a 9-tailed fox who'd finally let someone in after centuries of isolation. Naruto wiped his eyes and looked at the stars. In another universe, those stars belonged to a different sky. His father, his first father, was up there somewhere. Maybe still training, maybe still fighting, maybe still grinning. "I won't waste this," Naruto said to the sky. "I promise." He stood up, cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders under the 500-kilogram jacket. His body was humming with 3 merged energy systems, ki, chakra, and now Kurama's Biju power, a trinity of force that made him something this world had never seen and might never see again. He sensed his team across the village. Sasuke in his apartment, meditating. Sakura at the hospital, studying medical texts by lamplight. Kakashi at the memorial stone, speaking to ghosts who were starting to feel farther away. He sensed the village. Thousands of lives, each one a flicker of energy, each one precious. Some of them had hated him. Some of them still did. It didn't matter. They were his people, the people his father had died to protect, the people his Hokage had nearly sacrificed himself for, the people Naruto would shield with everything he had. He sensed the wider world. Distant signatures, some friendly, some hostile. The Akatsuki moving in shadows. Other Jinchuriki carrying their burdens. Gaara and Suna sleeping peacefully for the first time in his life. And beyond the sensing range, beyond what any shinobi could detect, he felt the faintest echo. A warmth in his chest that might have been memory, or might have been something more. "Hey, Gohan," he smiled. "Hi, Dad." The echo faded. Maybe it had never been there. Maybe it was just the wind, or the stars, or the wishful thinking of a boy who missed his father. Or maybe, in a multiverse vast enough to allow reincarnation across dimensional boundaries, a Saiyan warrior who'd never stopped smiling had found a way to check on his son. One last time, Naruto jumped off the cliff, not falling, flying. He rose into the night sky, white aura blazing, hair whipping in the wind of his ascent. Higher and higher, past the clouds, into the cold clarity of altitude, until Konoha was a jewel of light far below, and the stars were close enough to touch. He floated there, weightless, at peace. Naruto Uzumaki, Son Gohan, Dead Last, Warrior, Jinchuriki, Saiyan, Protector. He was all of these things and none of them. He was a boy who'd been given a second chance and refused to waste a single moment of it. Who trained when others slept, who fought when others ran, who protected when others looked away, and he was just getting started. Below, the ninja world slept. It didn't know what was coming. The Akatsuki, the wars, the threats that would emerge from shadows they couldn't imagine. But Naruto knew, and he'd be ready. He always would be. Because Naruto Uzumaki, the reincarnation of Son Gohan, the boy who carried the fire of two worlds and made a promise, and he never broke his promises. Dawn broke over Konoha. The village stirred. Merchants opened shops. Academy students ran through the streets. Shinobi leaped between rooftops on their way to assignments. In Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, in a clearing still marked by old explosion craters and vaporized boulders, Naruto Uzumaki started his morning routine. 4 a.m., handstand push-ups, weighted, 10,000, then running, then meditation, then ki blasts into the sky, each one brighter and stronger than the last. Then whatever came next, his hair caught the first light of dawn, blonde, bright, not quite gold. Not yet, but soon came sooner than anyone expected. 3 years passed. Naruto Uzumaki left Konoha on a Thursday morning with nothing but his weighted jacket, a sealing scroll of supplies, and a note to Tsunade that read, "Training trip, back when I'm ready, don't worry." Tsunade crumpled the note, threw it at the wall, and sent 3 Ambu teams to find him. They couldn't. He was already airborne, 5,000 meters above fire country, moving at a speed that left no trail and no trace. Ki suppressed, chakra masked, a ghost ascending into the clouds, he flew north, past the land of iron, past the frozen wastes, to a place no shinobi had ever trained, a volcanic plateau in the unmarked territories beyond any nation's borders, where geothermal vents turned the air into a furnace and the ground itself was unstable, shifting, alive with tectonic anger. He landed, stripped off his jacket, let it crater the volcanic rock, and for 3 years, he broke himself down and rebuilt himself from nothing. The training was inhuman. Day 1, he increased his gravity seals to 50x. His bones screamed, his muscles tore. He collapsed after 10 steps and lay in a pool of his own blood for an hour before his Saiyan biology knit him back together. Then he got up and took step 11. By month 3, he was running in 50x gravity. By month 6, he was sparring with 500 shadow clones simultaneously while maintaining Super Saiyan. By year 1, he'd pushed the gravity to 100x, 100 times the planet's natural pull, pressing on every cell in his body, every moment, waking and sleeping. His base power doubled, then tripled, then left any metric he'd been using behind entirely. He trained his ki until it was a scalpel and a sledgehammer interchangeably. Kamehameha waves that could be dialed from gentle push to geological event. Masenko blasts fired in rapid succession, each one precise enough to thread a needle at 1,000 meters. A technique he'd been developing. Special beam cannon, Piccolo's old signature, drilled through a mountainside and kept going until it punched out the other face. He trained his chakra techniques. 1,000 shadow clones, each one practicing a different discipline. Wind release mastered to the molecular level. He could sharpen a blade of air thin enough to split atoms. Fire release that burned hotter than natural flame because ki superheated the chakra construct from inside. Sage mode, learned from the toads during a 2-week sabbatical to Mount Myobaku, added natural energy to his already absurd reserves and gave him sensory range that covered half a continent. And Kurama, the fox, had become a true partner over the 3 years. Not grudgingly cooperative, genuinely invested. They trained the Biju chakra cloak together, layering Kurama's crimson energy over Naruto's ki aura to create a hybrid state that was devastating. Nine Tails chakra mode, a golden shroud of Biju chakra that boosted his already insane parameters even further, gave him Kurama's sensing abilities, and allowed him to manifest chakra arms for multi-directional combat. Combined with Super Saiyan, the math was stupid. Base power times 50, Super Saiyan, times the Biju multiplier. The numbers stopped meaning anything. He was simply categorically the most powerful being on the planet, probably in this universe's history. And Super Saiyan 2 was still out of reach. He could feel it. The same way he'd felt Super Saiyan before the Valley of the End, a pressure behind a locked door, a thunderstorm building on the horizon. The lightning aura flickered across his golden form during the most intense training sessions. His hair would sharpen, his aura would crackle, and for half a second, he'd feel the multiplicative jump that defined the ascended state. Then it would slip away. He knew why. Super Saiyan 2 had always been born from emotional extremity. Rage, loss, the breaking point where a Saiyan's heart screamed louder than their body's limits. He'd first achieved it watching Cell crush Android 16's head, the catalyst that shattered his restraint. Training alone on a volcano couldn't replicate that. The transformation needed a trigger. Naruto accepted this. He mastered everything below the threshold and waited. The trigger would come. It always did. He returned to Konoha on a Wednesday afternoon, 3 years to the day after he'd left. He was 15. Taller, 5'9", lean and carved from volcanic stone, every line of his body suggesting compressed devastation. His blonde hair was longer, shaggier, and his blue eyes held a depth that made people look twice and then look away. He wore his orange jacket, a new one, redesigned with integrated gravity seals pushing 200x at rest. The total weight on his body was approximately 900 kilograms. He walked through the village gates like it was nothing, because to him it was. The gate guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, stared. They'd known Naruto as a kid. The person who walked past them felt like a different species. Was that? Don't ask. Just log it. The village had changed. New buildings, new faces. The reconstruction from the invasion was complete, and Konoha looked better than ever. Tsunade's administration had been effective. Naruto walked toward the Hokage Tower, sensing the familiar signatures he'd missed. Sakura at the hospital. Her chakra was sharper, more refined. Tsunade's training had done wonders. Kakashi at the Jonin standby station, reading. Sasuke's signature stopped him cold. It was different, darker around the edges but controlled, like a flame burning inside a reinforced container. The curse mark's influence was still there, but it was suppressed under layers of discipline and what felt like genuine resolve rather than desperate hunger. He was in Training Ground 7. Training. Naruto changed direction. He found Sasuke mid-kata, a complex taijutsu form that blended Uchiha Interceptor style with the martial arts elements Naruto had taught him before leaving. 3 Tome Sharingan active, body moving with the lethal grace of a predator, every strike precise enough to kill. Sasuke felt him coming. He stopped mid-punch and turned. They looked at each other across the training ground. 3 years of silence. 3 years of Sasuke training under Kakashi and occasionally Jiraiya, pushing himself to the bleeding edge every single day, driven by the healthy rivalry Naruto had planted and his own relentless nature. "You're back," Sasuke said. "Yeah." Sasuke's Sharingan studied him. The Tomoe spun, analyzing, and what they reported made the Uchiha's jaw tighten almost imperceptibly. He couldn't read Naruto's energy anymore. Before, Sasuke's evolved Sharingan could at least gauge the general shape of Naruto's power, a massive, controlled presence that dwarfed everything around it. Now there was nothing, not suppression, not concealment, just an absence so complete that it looped back around to terrifying, like staring into the ocean and not being able to see the bottom. "You got stronger," Sasuke said. "It wasn't a question. So did you." Naruto meant it. Sasuke's energy was leagues beyond where it had been. Elite Jonin at minimum. Possibly Kaji level in certain matchups. In Naruto's world, it was still a candle next to the sun. But it was a bright candle, and he respected the work behind it. Sasuke almost smiled. "Spar? After I report in, Tsunade's going to kill me. She's been drinking more since you left. That's not because of me. It's definitely because of you." Naruto grinned, the first genuine grin in 3 years, and headed for the tower. Tsunade threw her desk at him. Not figuratively, she picked up the entire desk, paperwork, sake bottles, mission scrolls and all, and hurled it at him with the superhuman strength technique. Naruto caught it with one hand. Set it down gently. 3 years, Tsunade roared. 3 years, no contact, no note. I left a note. A note, Shizune, hold me back. "I'm not getting involved in this," Shizune said from the doorway. Tsunade's fury burned itself out in about 4 minutes. which was actually faster than Naruto had expected. She dropped into her chair, the desk now slightly crooked from the throw, and studied him with the clinical eye of both a Hokage and a legendary medic. "You're different," she said. "Stronger." "How much?" Naruto considered the question. "If my power when I left was 1, I'm somewhere around 50, in base form, without Kurama." Tsunade's hand reached for the sake bottle. She poured, drank, poured again. "And with your golden thing? Multiply by 50. And with Kurama, multiply again." Tsunade set the bottle down very carefully. "Naruto, are you telling me that your total combat power is roughly what? 125,000 times what it was when you left? The math isn't that clean, but it's in the ballpark. That's not in any ballpark. That's not in any sport. That's..." She stopped, breathed. "Fine, you're reinstated. Special Jonin, active duty, effective immediately. And Naruto?" "Yes? If you ever disappear for 3 years again without telling me where you're going, I will find you, and I will hit you. And it won't matter how strong you are, because I will make it hurt on principle." "Understood, Lady Hokage." He bowed, respectfully, genuinely, and left. The reunion with Team 7 happened that evening at Ichiraku Ramen. Sakura was 17 now, taller, sharper, with a confidence in her posture that hadn't been there before. Her medical skills were already legendary among the hospital staff, and she developed Tsunade's strength technique to a frightening degree. She'd punched a training dummy through a wall the week before. The wall was reinforced concrete. She punched Naruto's shoulder when she saw him. Her fist, channeling a fraction of her full power, enough to dent steel, bounced off his deltoid like she'd hit a mountain. "Oh, what is your body made of?" "Sorry, reflex." He wasn't sure what reflex he was apologizing for, but it seemed appropriate. Kakashi arrived 20 minutes late, which was practically early by his standards. He eye-smiled, sat down, and ordered his usual. His book was a new volume, the same series though. "Naruto, welcome back, sensei. You look good. Terrifying, but good." Sasuke arrived last, hands in pockets, and took the end seat. He ordered without speaking. Tochi knew his usual. For an hour, they were just a team, eating ramen, catching up. Naruto listened to Sakura describe her medical breakthroughs, Kakashi's deadpan accounts of village politics, Sasuke's grudging updates on his training. He told them about the volcanic plateau, edited for the more extreme details, and they laughed at his description of fighting shadow clones in 100 times gravity, while lava flows reset the terrain every few hours. It was warm. It was normal. It was the kind of evening that reminded him why he trained, not for the power itself, but for moments like this. Then Kakashi's expression shifted. "Naruto, I should brief you on the current situation. Akatsuki. You know, I've been sensing energy signatures across the continent for 2 years. They've been moving, hunting. 2 more Jinchuriki have been taken since I left." Kakashi set down his chopsticks. The 2 tails and the 7 tails, both extracted, both hosts killed. The Akatsuki are accelerating their timeline. Who's left? Gaara, 1 tail, you 9 tails, the 8 tails Jinchuriki, and Kumogakure, a man named Killer B. 3 Jinchuriki left. 3 targets. Naruto's eyes went cold, not angry, analytical. The look of a warrior assessing a battlefield. They'll come for Gaara first. He's the weakest target with the least military protection. Intelligence suggests the same. Suna has been warned. It won't be enough. Naruto stood. "I need to go to Suna." "Naruto, you just got back. Gaara is my friend, and if the Akatsuki are moving on him, I need to be there." He paid for everyone's ramen, including a tip that made Tochi tear up, and walked out into the night. 3 hours later, he landed in the desert outside Sunagakure. 3 hours for a journey that took most shinobi 3 days. He'd flown at altitude, suppressing his energy to avoid detection, crossing the entirety of the Land of Wind in the time it took to watch a movie. Gaara met him at the gate. The Kazekage, because Gaara was Kazekage now, at 16, elected by a village that had once feared him, stood in his white and blue robes with the gourd on his back and eyes that were, for the first time in his life, calm. "Naruto. Gaara. Nice hat." Gaara almost smiled. "You sensed them too." 2 signatures. Heading this way. They'll be here by dawn. "My village is prepared." "Your village doesn't need to be prepared. I'm here." Gaara studied him. The boy who'd saved him at the bridge, who'd punched through Shikaku and held him while he cried, had become something else entirely. Gaara's sand, which usually remained inert around people he trusted, was agitated, vibrating. The grains knew what his conscious mind was still processing. The person standing in front of him was a catastrophe wrapped in an orange jacket. "Come inside," Gaara said. "We'll wait together." They came at dawn, as Naruto predicted. Deidara of the Explosion Corps, Sasori of the Red Sand. Two S-rank criminals in black cloaks with red clouds, descending on Suna with the casual arrogance of predators who'd never met a prey they couldn't kill. Deidara rode a clay bird high above the village, hands already molding explosive art. Look at this place. What a canvas art is. An explosion, yeah, I've heard. Naruto was hovering in front of him at 5,000 meters in the air, with no visible means of support, no bird, no platform, no jutsu. Just standing in the sky with his hands in his jacket pockets and his blonde hair rippling in the high-altitude wind. Deidara's visible eye went wide. You're flying? How are you? You should leave. Ha! The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Leader Sama will be pleased. I'll turn you into my greatest work of art. Deidara's handmouth spat a volley of clay spiders, C1 explosives, each one powerful enough to level a building. They arced toward Naruto in a swarm. Naruto raised one finger. A pulse of ki, invisible, instantaneous, detonated every clay construct simultaneously. The chain explosion bloomed 500 meters from the village, a cascade of fire and force that shattered Deidara's clay bird and sent the bomber tumbling through the sky. My art! You how? Naruto appeared beside him, mid-fall. Matching his speed exactly, floating alongside the plummeting missing nin like gravity was a suggestion. Here's what's going to happen, Naruto said. You're going to tell me everything about the Akatsuki's plans, the extraction schedule, the meeting locations, the leader's identity. Then I'm going to take you to Suna's prison. The alternative is that I hit you hard enough to reorganize your skeleton. Choose. Deidara screamed and detonated himself, C0, the suicide technique, turning his entire body into a bomb. The explosion was massive, blinding. A miniature sun erupting in the desert sky, Naruto stood in the center of it. The flames washed over him, the force hammered his body, the light was overwhelming. His jacket wasn't even singed. His aura, a thin, invisible shell of ki, deflected the energy outward, turning a lethal explosion into a warm breeze. When the fire cleared, Deidara was gone. Vaporized by his own technique, Naruto sighed. He'd wanted intelligence, not a corpse. Some people chose the hard way. Below, Sasori had engaged the Suna defense forces at the gate. His Hiruko puppet, the hunched armored shell he used as armor, sprayed poison senbon at the defenders, while 100 puppets materialized from scrolls, filling the air with wooden death. Naruto dropped from the sky like a meteor. He landed in the middle of the puppet army. The impact alone shattered 40 puppets. The shockwave radiating outward turned wooden constructs into splinters. He stood in the crater, dust billowing, and the remaining 60 puppets converged on him from all sides. He flared his ki. Not an attack, just a release. The energy wave pulsed outward in a sphere, and every puppet within 30 meters disintegrated. Chakra strings snapped, wood grain dissolved, joints, blades, poison reservoirs, all of it turned to kindling in an instant. Sasori shed his Hiruko shell, revealing his true form, a puppet body, red-haired, young-looking, with a core in the left chest that was his only living component. Interesting, Sasori said, voice flat and analytical. You destroyed my collection in 3 seconds. Those took decades to build. Sorry about that. Naruto wasn't sorry. Surrender. I think not. Sasori released his masterwork, the third Kazekage puppet capable of iron sand manipulation, the most feared technique in Suna's history. Iron sand erupted from the puppet in a tidal wave of magnetic death, forming spikes, blades, geometric formations designed to pierce and poison and crush. Naruto backhanded the wave. The iron sand, thousands of kilograms of magnetically compressed metallic particles, scattered across the desert like someone had popped a balloon. The technique that had once conquered nations was dismissed with a casual swipe. Sasori stared. Naruto crossed the distance between them before the puppet master could react. He reached into Sasori's chest, precisely surgically, and pulled out the core cylinder. The puppet body collapsed. The core, Sasori's heart, the only living part of him, sat in Naruto's palm. Naruto could feel the faint pulse inside. Still alive. I'll give this to Suna's medical team, Naruto said. Maybe they can find a way to give you a real body again. Maybe not. Either way, you're done. The core pulsed once. Whether in gratitude or defiance, Naruto couldn't tell. He delivered Sasori's core to the medical core and landed beside Gaara on the village wall. The Kazekage looked out over the desert where the battle's aftermath was still smoking, craters, scattered iron sand, puppet fragments. That took 4 minutes, Gaara said. I was being careful. Naruto. Yeah? Thank you. Again. Stop thanking me. We're friends. This is what friends do. Gaara's sand shifted, not defensively, almost gently. I've never had a friend before you, Gaara said quietly. You've got one now, and anyone who tries to take you or Shikaku is going through me first. The word spread, not through official channels, through the whisper network that connected missing nin, bounty hunters, and intelligence operatives across the continent. Deidara was dead. Sasori was captured. 2 S-rank Akatsuki members defeated in 4 minutes by a single shinobi who could fly and shrugged off suicide explosions. The bingo book was updated again. Naruto's entry now read simply, Uzumaki, Naruto, Leaf Village, Special Jonin, age 15, flee on sight. Do not engage under any circumstances. The flee on sight designation had previously been held by exactly 3 people in the book's history. The 4th Hokage, Might Guy with 8 gates, and the 3rd Raikage. Naruto was the youngest person to ever receive it. Back in Konoha, life continued. Naruto settled into a routine that was deceptively ordinary. Missions, training, ramen with friends. But underneath the surface, he was hunting. His sensory range, boosted by Sage Mode in Kurama's network, now covered most of the continent. He could feel every significant energy signature within 1,000 kilometers. He tracked Akatsuki movements in real time, mapping their patterns, identifying their bases. He shared everything with Tsunade. Intelligence reports that made Jiraiya's spy network look like amateur hour. There are 9 remaining Akatsuki members. Naruto told the War Council, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shikaku Nara. The leader operates from Amegakure, the hidden rain village. He uses 6 puppet-like bodies that share the Rinnegan. The real body is a paralyzed man named Nagato, an Uzumaki, student of Jiraiya. Jiraiya went pale. Nagato? He's alive? He's more than alive. He's powerful, Rinnegan level powerful, but he's operating through pain, and pain is coming here. How do you know? Shikaku asked. Because I'm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and they failed at Suna. They'll escalate. The Nine-Tails is the most powerful Biju, the final piece of whatever they're building. They won't send a 2-man team again. They'll send Pain himself. And can you handle Pain? Naruto looked at the Nara clan head. I can handle anything they send. The room was quiet. Nobody doubted him. The intervening weeks were not wasted. Naruto hunted down Akatsuki members when their positions aligned with his sensing range. Kakuzu and Hidan found him first, or thought they did. The zombie combo. Kakuzu with 5 hearts and elemental mastery, effective immortality through organ theft. Hidan with Jashin's blessing, true immortality, unable to die regardless of damage, fueled by a ritual that reflected damage to his target. They ambushed Naruto on a road between the land of fire and the land of waterfalls. Classic pincer. Hidan from the front, scythe swinging. Kakuzu from the rear, threads launching from his body. Naruto stopped walking. Hidan's scythe hit his neck. The triple-bladed weapon, designed to draw blood for Hidan's curse ritual, shattered on contact. The blades broke like glass against Naruto's skin, and the handle cracked from the reverberating force. What the my scythe? Hidan screamed. Kakuzu's threads wrapped around Naruto from behind. They constricted with enough force to crush steel. They achieved nothing. Naruto's body didn't yield a single millimeter. Are you done? Naruto asked. He moved. Kakuzu's threads were ripped from his body by the sheer speed of Naruto's turn. 5 hearts, 5 elemental masks, ejected from the former waterfall ninja and deployed independently, each one unleashing a devastating elemental attack. Fire, wind, lightning, water, earth. 5 S-rank techniques simultaneously converging on a single point. Naruto extended one palm and released a ki blast. It wasn't a named technique, just raw, compressed ki, a ball of golden energy the size of a softball. It met the convergence of 5 elements and punched through all of them. The elemental attacks detonated harmlessly around the blast's wake. The ki sphere continued forward and hit Kakuzu's main body. The explosion vaporized everything within a 50-meter radius. Kakuzu, all 5 hearts, the threads, the mass constructs, ceased to exist. Hidan stood in the crater's edge, actually quiet for once. His ritual was useless. He'd never drawn blood. His scythe was broken. His partner was dead. You know, Naruto said, turning to face him, your immortality is interesting. You literally can't die. That's right! I'm immortal! Jashin-sama has. Naruto grabbed Hidan by the collar, flew straight up, and kept going. Higher. Past the clouds, past the atmosphere. Into the cold black edge of space where the curvature of the planet became visible and the air was too thin for human lungs. Immortality doesn't help much if you're in orbit, Naruto said. Hidan, who couldn't die, but could definitely feel the vacuum of near space pulling at his body, screamed obscenities that no one could hear. Naruto released him. Hidan tumbled away into the void. Alive, technically, but removed from the planet's surface in a way that no jutsu or ritual could fix. He'd orbit for a while, then slowly spiral outward. Eventually, the sun's gravity would claim him, but that was a long-term problem. Naruto descended back through the atmosphere, clothing slightly frosted from the temperature, and continued on his way. 1 month later, Kasame Hoshigaki made a play for the Eight Tails. Naruto felt the battle erupting on the coast of the Land of Lightning. Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, a dark-skinned man with 7 swords and a penchant for terrible rap, was fighting for his life. Kasame was submerged in his water dome technique. A massive sphere of water, hundreds of meters across, had engulfed the coastline. Inside it, Kasame was in his element, literally. Merged with Samahata, his shark-skinned sword, he transformed into a monster. Gills, fins, shark features, surrounded by water that drained chakra from everything it touched. Killer Bee was losing. Slowly, inevitably, the water was sapping his Biju chakra. The Eight Tails was powerful, but Kasame's water dome was specifically designed to counter Jinchuriki. An endless drain in an inescapable arena. Naruto arrived. He hovered above the dome, looked down at the massive sphere of water, and said, "Huh, that's a lot of water." He flared his aura. The water dome began to steam, then to bubble, then to boil. The heat from Naruto's ki output, focused downward, superheated the entire structure in seconds. Thousands of tons of water went from liquid to vapor in a catastrophic phase change that produced a steam explosion visible from Kumogakure. When the steam cleared, Kasame lay on the exposed seafloor, partially boiled, shark features receding as Samahata disengaged from a host who'd just been flash-cooked. Killer Bee stood knee-deep in residual puddles, blinking, tentacles of Eight Tails chakra slowly retracting. Yo, 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 who's the blonde with the golden glow? Bee rapped. Came out of the sky and stole the whole show. Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha, your Killer Bee? Eight Tails host, the rapping king. Survived the shark's aquatic sting. You saved my life, that's pretty cool. Want to learn to rap at my school? I'd rather not. They became friends instantly. Bee's rapping was atrocious, but his heart was genuine. And Juki, the Eight Tails, resonated with Kurama across the seal space in a way that both Biju found uncomfortable, but neither would admit was comforting. Kasame was turned over to Kumogakure's intelligence division. He didn't survive the interrogation. The man had a suicide seal that activated when captured, destroying his body to prevent information extraction, but the message was sent. Another Akatsuki member down, Itachi Uchiha found Naruto alone, not as part of the Akatsuki's mission. Privately, quietly, on a moonlit road in the Land of Fire weeks before the events that would reshape the world, Naruto felt him coming from 30 kilometers out. The energy signature was familiar, Uchiha clan chakra, Sharingan resonant, but different from Sasuke's. Older, sicker. There was a decay in it, a slow deterioration that spoke of chronic illness, eating away at a body that had once been extraordinary. They met under a bridge. Itachi stood in shadow, Akatsuki cloak, Sharingan glowing like red lanterns in the dark. You know I'm not here to fight, Itachi said. I know. You're too sick to fight me and too smart to try. Naruto leaned against the bridge railing. You've been watching me for months. Your crow summons. I sense them. Itachi didn't deny it. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? A Jinchuriki struggling with his burden. Instead, I find... Itachi's eyes traced over Naruto, the Sharingan cataloging impossibilities. Something I have no framework for. Your energy is beyond my ability to read. I get that a lot. Silence. The river flowed beneath them. I'm dying, Itachi said. Within the year. An illness that no medical jutsu can cure. Before I die, I need to ensure 2 things. First, that Sasuke is strong enough to face me, that his redemption through killing me. Stop! Itachi blinked. In his decades of manipulation and planning, very few people had interrupted him. I know your plan, Naruto said. The massacre was ordered. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup. Danzo and the elders gave you the choice. Kill your clan or let civil war destroy Konoha. You chose the village and condemned yourself. Now you want Sasuke to kill you, awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and become a hero who avenged his clan. Itachi's composure cracked. His Sharingan widened. How do you... I read people, and I have intelligence sources you can't imagine. Your plan is elegant, Itachi. It's also terrible. You're going to turn your brother into a murderer and traumatize him even further, all to protect a narrative written by the men who ordered the genocide in the first place. There's no other way. There's always another way. Let me tell you what's going to happen instead. Naruto pushed off the railing. You're going to come back to Konoha. Tsunade will heal your illness. She's the greatest medic alive. You'll testify about the truth of the massacre. Danzo will be exposed and dealt with, and Sasuke will learn the truth from you, alive, breathing, standing in front of him, instead of from a dead man's ghost. The village would never accept. The village will accept what I tell them to accept, not through force, through the truth. Hiruzen protected you because he knew you were innocent. Tsunade will do the same because it's the right thing to do. Itachi stared at him. The genius strategist who'd orchestrated decades of deception looked at this 15-year-old and saw something he hadn't encountered since the third Hokage. Absolute moral certainty backed by the power to enforce it. You can't guarantee. I can guarantee that the alternative is worse. You die, Sasuke kills you. Then he learns the truth from Obito, a man who wants to use your brother's grief to start a war. Sasuke spirals into darkness. The cycle continues. Everyone loses. Obito? Itachi's voice went sharp. You know about. I know everything, Itachi. I know about Obito Uchiha, the masked man, the one who helped you with the massacre. I know about his plan, the infinite Tsukuyomi, the 10 Tails revival, all of it. And I know that your death serves his agenda, not yours. The silence that followed was the deepest of Itachi's life. Every plan he'd built, every sacrifice he'd made, every night he'd spent coughing blood alone in Akatsuki hideouts while pretending to be a monster. All of it refracted through the lens of a boy who saw through everything. Why do you care? Itachi asked. His voice was small, tired. The voice of a man who'd been carrying the weight of a nation since he was 13. Because I know what it's like to fail the people you love, Naruto said. And I know what it's like to get a second chance. You're being offered one, Itachi. He'll take it. Itachi's Sharingan faded. Ordinary dark eyes looked at Naruto, and in them was something that might have been hope, a fragile, dangerous thing that Itachi Uchiha hadn't allowed himself to feel in over a decade. He took it. The fallout was seismic. Itachi returned to Konoha under Naruto's personal escort. Tsunade diagnosed the illness, a degenerative lung condition exacerbated by years of stress and Mangekyo overuse, and began treatment immediately. The truth about the Uchiha massacre was revealed to the village council in a closed session. Danzo attempted to flee. He made it approximately 200 meters before Naruto appeared in front of him, arms crossed, expression flat. Going somewhere? Danzo was arrested. His root program was dismantled. The Sharingan eyes he'd harvested from Uchiha corpses were recovered, and where possible, returned to the clan's memorial. Sasuke learned the truth in a private room at the hospital, his brother sitting across from him, thin and pale and alive. Naruto waited outside. He heard the shouting, the crying, the sound of furniture breaking, then silence, and then more crying, the deep, racking kind that rebuilt a person from the inside. When Sasuke emerged, his eyes were red and swollen, and his fists were clenched so tight they'd left crescent-shaped cuts in his palms. He looked at Naruto. You did this, Sasuke said. Itachi made the choice. Because of you. Because you. Sasuke's voice broke. He pressed his hand over his eyes. His shoulders shook. He's alive. He's here. How did you? Why? Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. Because that's what friends do, Sasuke. Sasuke didn't punch him, didn't pull away, didn't retreat into the cold shell of the Avenger. He just stood there, hand over his eyes, and let someone hold him up. 2 months later, pain attacked Konoha. Naruto wasn't in the village when it happened. He was 80 kilometers north in the mountains, pushing his gravity seals to their maximum. A 300 bikes burst training session that left craters in the mountainside. He felt the assault begin through his passive sensing. 6 massive chakra signatures converged on Konoha simultaneously. The 6 paths of pain, each one a corpse animated by the Rinnegan, each one wielding a different aspect of the legendary Eye's power. Then he felt the impacts. Buildings falling, energy signatures flickering and going out, shinobi dying. Then the big one. A pull of gravity so massive that the earth itself responded. Shinra Tensei, the almighty push at planetary scale. Naruto felt the shockwave from 80 kilometers away. The ground under his feet trembled, birds erupted from every tree in the forest. He expanded his sensing. Konoha's energy signatures were scattered, thrown outward by the blast. Many were wounded. Some were fading. The village itself was gone. The dense cluster of buildings and infrastructure that had defined Konoha's signature was replaced by a flat, empty crater. Pain had leveled Konoha. Naruto's heart stopped for one beat. Then it restarted, and the blood flowing through it was hot enough to burn. He left the mountain, not ran, not flew, vanished. One moment he was standing on a crater-pocked mountainside. The next, he was a streak of light across the sky, moving so fast that the air behind him ignited from friction. 80 kilometers in under 10 seconds. He arrived above Konoha and stopped. The village was gone. Where a thriving city had stood minutes ago, there was a crater, a perfect, terrifying crater spanning the entire village footprint. Buildings, streets, landmarks, reduced to rubble and pushed outward in a ring of devastation. The Hokage monument was cracked but standing. Everything else was ruined. In the center of the crater, the 6 paths of pain stood in formation. Orange-haired, pierced with black chakra receivers, each one radiating the cold power of the Rinnegan, and around the crater's edge survivors. Hundreds of them, injured, shocked, pulling themselves from wreckage. Shinobi organizing triage. Civilians crying over the broken bodies of their neighbors. Naruto descended into the crater. He landed softly. No impact, no crater. Just a gentle touch of feet to broken earth. His jacket was on. His weights were active. He stood in the center of the devastation with the 6 paths of pain arranged before him in a semicircle. The Deva path, the central body, the one that bore the face of Yahiko, Nagato's dead friend, spoke. Naruto Uzumaki, we've been looking for you. Naruto said nothing. His eyes moved across the destruction. A child's shoe in the rubble, a splintered sign from Ichiraku Ramen. The crumbled facade of the academy where Iruka had taught him. His jaw tightened. You want to know pain, the Deva path continued. This village, your home, now understands. When you lose everything, when the world takes from you without mercy, then you begin to comprehend the truth. Peace cannot be. Shut up. 2 words. Quiet. Low. And the temperature in the crater dropped. The paths paused. Even operated remotely by a Rinnegan user who considered himself a god, they felt the shift. Something in the air had changed. A pressure, a density. Like the moment before a thunderstorm when the sky turns green and the animals go silent. I said. Naruto repeated, shut up. He pulled off his jacket. The ground beneath it cratered. 900 kilograms of compressed gravity seals and weighted fabric hit the broken earth with a sound like a cannon. The fissure spread outward, cracking the already devastated ground in a spiderweb. The 6 paths shifted formation, spreading out, creating distance, preparing for combat. The Asura path's arm reconfigured into a missile launcher. The animal path began summoning. The Preta path raised its hands, ready to absorb any energy-based attack. Naruto wasn't looking at them. He was looking at the edge of the crater, where a specific chakra signature was flickering. Weak, damaged. Fighting Hinata. She was lying in the rubble 50 meters away. She'd been caught in the blast, not directly or she'd be dead, but close enough. Her body was broken. Ribs cracked, internal bleeding. She was dying. And as Naruto watched, unable to process fast enough, the Deva path raised his hand toward her, toward the dying girl who'd never hurt anyone, who'd watched Naruto from a distance with a love she'd never had the courage to fully voice, and released a chakra rod. The black spike flew toward Hinata's body, a killing blow aimed at a defenseless target. A demonstration of pain by a man who'd forgotten what the word meant. Naruto moved. The rod stopped. He was there, between the projectile and the girl, holding the black spike in his fist. It had pierced his palm. black metal through flesh and bone. Blood ran down his wrist. He didn't feel it. He felt something else entirely. The memories hit like a physical blow. Android 16's head crushed under Cell's foot. Piccolo dying to protect him. Goku sacrificing himself to teleport Cell away from the Earth. Everyone he'd ever loved, hurt or killed because he wasn't strong enough, wasn't fast enough, wasn't there. And now Hinata, sweet, quiet, brave Hinata, who'd watched him train from behind trees and blushed when he waved. Who'd changed the Hyuga clan from within, inspired by his fight with Neji. Who'd loved him without asking for anything in return. Bleeding out in the rubble of a destroyed village because a man who called himself God thought suffering was wisdom. Something inside Naruto broke. Not his spirit, not his resolve. Something deeper, a seal, a limitation, a self-imposed boundary that had kept the next level locked away. It broke like ice under pressure, and what came flooding through the crack was a rage so pure, so focused, so fundamentally Saiyan, that it rewrote the energy signature of the entire region. The sky went dark, not cloud dark, energy dark. The sheer volume of power flooding from Naruto's body created a visible distortion in the atmosphere, a dome of compressed air that pushed the clouds aside and turned the sky above the crater into a circle of unnatural night. Lightning detonated across the dome. Not from clouds, from him. Blue-white arcs of electricity that crackled and snapped across his body, leaping from his skin to the ground to the air around him. Each bolt left scorch marks. Each crack of thunder was louder than the last. His hair was changing. The blonde was shifting. Gold, but not Super Saiyan gold. Something sharper. Each strand standing more rigid, more defined, the aura around them crackling with electric discharge. Naruto's muscles tensed. His teeth clenched. The ground beneath his feet didn't just crack. It liquefied. Solid earth turned to plasma from the energy radiating from his body. Super Saiyan activated, the 50-fold multiplier engaging in a heartbeat, golden light erupting, but it didn't stop there. The gold intensified. The aura tightened. The lightning increased, no longer random but constant, a crackling field of electrical energy that wreathed his entire body in blue-white fire. His hair shifted one more time, sharper. More angular, the golden glow deepened to a harder, fiercer shade. Super Saiyan 2. The transformation detonated. The shockwave flattened everything within 100 meters. Rubble that had already been destroyed was ground to dust. The 6 paths of pain were blown backward, not by an attack, but by the ambient pressure of the transformation completing. The air itself became a weapon, and it screamed. Naruto stood in the epicenter. Golden aura blazing, edged with constant lightning. Hair spiked and rigid, sharper than the first form. Each strand a defined blade of golden energy. His eyes were teal fire, blazing so bright that they cast visible light. His muscles were more defined, every line of his body humming with controlled fury. The power difference was staggering. Super Saiyan 2 didn't just double Super Saiyan, it multiplied it exponentially. The base he'd built over 3 years of insane training, already multiplied by 50, was now multiplied again. The resulting output was something the elemental nations had never experienced and would never experience again. In a megakure, hundreds of kilometers away, Nagato, the true pain, the man in the mechanical walker controlling the 6 paths, felt it through his connection to the paths. And for the first time in his life, the man who controlled the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage of 6 paths, experienced terror that made his hands shake and his breath catch. What is this? In the crater, the 6 paths of pain regrouped. Nagato was a strategist, a genius. He wouldn't be paralyzed by fear. He'd analyze and adapt. The Asura path launched everything: missiles, mechanical arms, laser beams. The full arsenal of a body designed to be a walking weapons platform. Naruto raised one hand. The missiles disintegrated in his aura. The heat and energy density around his body vaporized them before contact. The mechanical arms melted. The laser beams bent around his energy field like light around a star. He closed his fist. Ki blast. Unnamed. Unformed. Just a pulse of energy from his closed hand, directed at the Asura path. The path ceased to exist, not destroyed, disintegrated on a molecular level. The beam of golden energy, no thicker than a finger, passed through the puppet body and continued for 3 kilometers, carving a trench in the earth behind it before dissipating. The animal path summoned. Giant dogs, rhinos, birds, a menagerie of titanic summons that filled the crater with mass and muscle. Naruto looked at them. He flared his ki. Every summon dispelled simultaneously. Reverse summoned by their own survival instincts, the same mechanism that had sent Manda home years ago. The animals felt the predator in their midst and chose life over loyalty. The animal path, without summons, was nothing. Naruto appeared in front of it and flicked it in the forehead. The path's head snapped back with enough force to sever the spinal connection. It dropped, 2 down in 3 seconds. The human path charged, the one that could rip souls from bodies with a touch. It reached for Naruto's face. Its hand made contact with his cheek. Nothing happened. The soul removal technique required the user's chakra to invade the target's body and extract the spiritual component. When the human path's chakra touched Naruto's ki-infused cells, it hit a wall of energy so dense that invasion was impossible. Like trying to swim through concrete, Naruto grabbed the path's wrist, twisted. The arm came off. He kicked the path in the chest and sent it flying into the crater wall, where it embedded and went still. 3 down. The Prita path intercepted. The absorber, capable of consuming any chakra or energy-based attack. It placed both hands on Naruto's torso and activated its technique, pulling at his energy. It worked. For about 1 second, ki flooded into the Prita path like water into a cup, but the cup was the size of a thimble and the water was the ocean. The path's body couldn't contain what it was absorbing. Its eyes went wide. Cracks appeared in its skin, not physical cracks, but energy fissures, golden light bleeding through like a lamp shining through broken porcelain. The Prita path exploded. Not violently, it simply came apart, overwhelmed by the volume of power it had tried to consume. 4 down. The Naraka path was already repairing fallen paths when Naruto's Kamehameha wave hit it. The beam of golden blue energy, compressed, tight, controlled, punched through the King of Hell summon and the path simultaneously, ending both in a flash of light. 5 down. Under 10 seconds, the Deva path stood alone, Nagato's main puppet, the strongest path. The one with the Renegade's gravitational abilities, Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, the weapon that had leveled Konoha. Shinra Tensei. The technique activated. Almighty push, a repulsive force that had destroyed an entire village, emanating from the Deva path in all directions. Naruto punched into it. He drove his fist forward, directly into the gravitational wavefront. The force that had leveled buildings, thrown mountains, crushed hope, met a Saiyan fist enhanced by Super Saiyan 2's exponential multiplier. The Shinra Tensei broke. Visibly, audibly. The gravitational wave shattered like glass against his knuckles, fragments of force scattering in all directions. The technique that Nagato considered divine, the power of a god, was negated by a punch. Naruto's fist continued through the broken technique and connected with the Deva path's face. The path launched backward. Not the controlled flight of a shinobi's retreat, the uncontrollable ragdoll trajectory of a body hit by something vastly beyond its structural limits. It broke the sound barrier. It crossed the crater. It hit the far wall of the crater, passed through it, through the rubble beyond, through a hillside, and continued until distance and friction brought it to rest somewhere in the forest half a kilometer away. The Deva path would need Naraka's King of Hell to repair. Naraka was already gone, 6 paths defeated. Under 30 seconds, the crater was silent except for the crackle of Naruto's lightning aura. He turned. Golden, electric, terrible. He knelt beside Hinata and placed his hand on her broken body. Ki flowed from his palm, not healing exact but stabilizing, flooding her cells with life energy, holding the damage in stasis, buying time. Medic, he called. His voice carried across the ruined village like a thunderclap. Sakura! Hinata is hurt. Sakura arrived in 40 seconds, already glowing green with medical chakra. She'd been triaging survivors at the crater's edge and had watched the entire fight. She'd watched Naruto destroy 6 S-rank combatants in less than half a minute. She'd watched him punch through a technique that had leveled a village. Her hands were shaking as she placed them on Hinata's body. Not from exhaustion, from awe. She's stable, Sakura said after a minute. Your energy, whatever you did, it's holding her together. I can work with this. Save her. I will. Naruto stood. The lightning aura crackled. His golden eyes swept across the devastation. The broken village, the injured, the dead. He extended his senses outward. Northwest. Amigakure, the Rinnegan signature connected to the paths by thin threads of chakra that Naruto could now see as clearly as power lines. He followed the threads. He found Nagato in a paper tree on the outskirts of Amigakure. The real body, a skeletal man in a mechanical walker, Rinnegan blazing, propped up by black receivers that connected him to the demonic statue of the outer path. Conan, his partner, the paper angel, stood beside him, ready to die in his defense. Naruto landed in front of them, aura dimmed but not extinguished. Lightning still danced across his form. Nagato looked at him, at this golden figure of impossible power, and the Rinnegan saw something that broke the world's pattern. The eyes that were meant to see all chakra, all techniques, all truths, couldn't see the full extent of what stood before them. "You're the one Jiraiya-sensei told us about," Nagato said. His voice was thin, fragile, the voice of a man whose body had been consumed by his own power. The child of prophecy. Jiraiya believed in prophecies, I believe in choices. Naruto powered down, the gold faded, the lightning stopped. He stood before Nagato as himself, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 15 years old, wearing nothing but his pants and headband. He didn't need the transformation, not for this. "You destroyed my home," Naruto said. "You killed people I care about. I showed you pain. The same pain the world showed me." "I already knew pain, Nagato. I've lived 2 lives. Well, I've watched my father die, twice, in 2 different worlds. I've seen the people I love destroyed by monsters who thought suffering was power. I don't need you to teach me what loss feels like." Nagato's eyes widened slightly. "But here's the difference between us," Naruto continued. "I took that pain and I trained. I got stronger. Not to spread suffering, to stop it. You could have done the same. Jiraiya taught you. He believed in you, and you took his teachings and turned them into a philosophy of hurt." "The world doesn't respond to kindness," Nagato said. "I learned that when Yahiko died, when Hanzo betrayed us, when every attempt at peace was crushed by those with power. Then you become someone with enough power that nobody can crush your peace. Not by hurting people, by protecting them so completely that anyone who tries to cause pain knows what they'll face." Nagato stared. "Look at me, Nagato. You hit my village with everything you had. 6 paths. Shinra Tensei, your strongest weapons. And I destroyed all of them in half a minute. That's what I built through 12 years of choosing strength over suffering. You're saying I should have just been stronger? I'm saying you should have been better, stronger, and better. Power without compassion is just cruelty with a longer reach. You have the Rinnegan, the sage of 6 paths' own eyes. You could have used them to build instead of destroy." The silence stretched. Konan watched this exchange with tears on her paper-white cheeks. She'd followed Nato into darkness because she loved him and because she believed in his vision. But the boy standing before them, calm, certain, powerful beyond reckoning, was showing them what their vision could have been. Nagato closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had shifted. "Jiraiya-sensei, he believed in you, didn't he? He trained me. He believed in a better world, same as he believed in you. And you chose to honor that belief. Every day." Nagato's skeletal hands moved to the black receivers connecting him to the demonic statue. "Rinne rebirth, I can restore the ones I killed, everyone who died in the attack." "It'll kill you," Conan whispered. "I know." Nagato looked at Naruto. "This is my choice. My one act of building instead of destroying." Naruto didn't try to stop him. He recognized the look. The same look his father had worn before the instant transmission against Cell. The look of a man who'd found his moment of redemption and was choosing it willingly. "Thank you, Nagato." "Naruto, protect this world. You have the power. Use it better than I did." The Rinne rebirth activated. Green light flooded the paper tree, poured outward, raced across the continent toward Konoha. In the ruined village, the dead stirred. Heartbeats resumed. Eyes opened. Lives restored. Every single one taken by pain's attack, pulled back from beyond. Nagato died with something resembling peace on his wasted face. Conan caught his body as it slumped. She held him, crying, and looked at Naruto through her tears. "I'll protect Amegakure," she said, "in his name, in a better way. I know you will." Naruto flew home. Konoha was alive again. The dead had risen. The village was still destroyed. Rinne rebirth restored lives, not structures, but the people were alive, and that was everything. When Naruto landed in the center of the crater, still shirtless, still radiating an aura that made the air shimmer, the village erupted. Not in fear, in celebration. They cheered. Hundreds of voices, shinobi and civilians, people who'd been dead minutes ago, people who'd watched the golden figure demolish 6 gods in half a minute. They chanted his name. They threw things in the air. Children sat on parents' shoulders and waved. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy they'd hated, the demon brat, the dead last, their hero. Tsunade found him in the crowd. She was battered, exhausted, her strength of 100 seal depleted. She'd spent everything keeping people alive during the attack. She looked at him. At the 15-year-old who just defeated a Rinnegan wielder, resurrected a village, and changed the course of history, and she took off her hat. Naruto, the village needs a leader, someone they believe in. Tsunade, you're not ready for the paperwork, I know. She smiled, and it was tired and proud. But this is yours when you want it. Not yet. I still have work to do. The Akatsuki. And what's behind them? Tsunade nodded. She understood. The Akatsuki were soldiers. The real enemy was still in shadow. The other hidden villages heard about the battle within days. Their intelligence networks, which had been monitoring the golden energy signature since the Valley of the End, filed panicked reports. The hidden cloud sent a delegation. The hidden stone sent a delegation. Even the hidden mist, still recovering from its own internal wars, sent a representative. They all came to the same conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki was not someone they could challenge. Not with armies, not with Kage-level shinobi, not with anything. He was a singular, unassailable force that existed outside the framework of shinobi power dynamics. The smart play was alliance. Every village made it. For the first time in recorded history, the 5 great shinobi nations agreed to a formal, binding peace treaty. Not because they wanted to, because the alternative was provoking a golden-haired teenager who could punch through divine gravitational fields. Peace through overwhelming strength. Goku would have hated the principle. Gohan understood the necessity. Naruto spent the following months dismantling the Akatsuki's infrastructure. Shadow clones, enhanced by Sage Mode and Kurama's sensing, mapped every base, every safe house, every supply route. He shared intelligence freely with all 5 villages, and combined operations neutralized the organization's financial networks and logistical chains. Zetsu was the first loose end. The plant-man entity, half black, half white, was more than it appeared. The white Zetsu army was grown from a substance connected to the 10 tails, cultured and multiplied in hidden bases across the continent. The black Zetsu was something older. Something that prickled Naruto's ki sense in a way that reminded him of Babidi, an ancient manipulator puppeteering events from the shadows. Naruto found a white Zetsu facility inside a mountain in the land of Earth. A cavern the size of a city, filled with tens of thousands of white Zetsu growing in nutrient baths. He destroyed it with a single ki blast fired from the cavern entrance. The beam traveled the length of the facility, igniting the nutrient solution and reducing the Zetsu army to ash. The mountain, structurally compromised by the energy release, collapsed inward, burying what remained. Then he found another facility, and another. 6 in total, across the continent, each one reduced to rubble. The white Zetsu army, Obito's ace in the hole for the war he was planning, was eliminated before it could be deployed. Obito Uchiha came to him after that. The masked man materialized in a swirl of Kamui on a rooftop in Konoha at midnight. He wore the orange mask, the spiral pattern with one eye hole. His energy was suppressed, but Naruto had felt the Kamui distortion from across the village. Interesting that you'd come here, Naruto said. He was sitting on the rooftop already, legs crossed, waiting. Most people run away from me. I'm not most people. Obito's voice was deep, distorted by the mask. No, you're Obito Uchiha, former student of my father, Minato Namikaze, supposedly killed at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, actually saved by Madara Uchiha, radicalized after watching Rin Nohara die, and now masquerading as Madara to execute a plan that involves reviving the Ten Tails and casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito went very still. You destroyed my Zetsu facilities, he said. I destroyed your army. I destroyed your bases. I dismantled your organization. Most of your members are dead or captured. Nagato used Rinne Rebirth and died. Itachi is alive and in Konoha. Your plan is in ruins. My plan is bigger than soldiers and bases. Your plan is to put the world to sleep so you can live in a dream where Rin is alive. It's pathetic, Obito. The mask cracked, not physically, but the composure behind it. The distorted voice became raw. You don't know what I've lost. I know exactly what you've lost. A girl you loved. I've watched my father die to save the world. Twice. In 2 different lifetimes. I've held friends as they bled out. I've failed people I swore to protect. Don't lecture me about loss. Then you should understand. I understand that you took your grief and turned it into a weapon against the entire world. That you helped massacre the Uchiha clan. That you released Kurama on Konoha the night I was born and killed my parents. That every terrible thing you've done, every life ruined, every war stoked, every betrayal engineered, was because you couldn't handle the death of one person. Obito's hand trembled. The Kamui eye spun behind the mask, measuring escape routes, calculating whether he could phase through any attack this boy threw at him. He'd been watching Naruto since the pain fight. He'd seen the transformation, the golden light, the speed, the power. He knew, with the cold certainty of a man who planned wars, that he couldn't win a direct fight. Kamui was his advantage, the ability to become intangible, to slip between dimensions. But this boy had defeated Pain's dimension-adjacent abilities with brute force. I have the Rinnegan, Obito said. Nagato is dead, but his eyes are already secured. Konan turned them over to Konoha's vault as part of the Amigakure peace agreement. You're not getting them. Obito's fist clenched. Every contingency, every backup plan dismantled, methodically, thoroughly, by a 15-year-old sitting cross-legged on a rooftop. What do you want? Obito asked. His voice was quiet now, stripped of the theatrical villainy, just a man in a mask, out of options. I want you to take off the mask. Come home. Kakashi thinks you're dead. He visits the memorial stone every day and talks to a name that doesn't belong there. I can't go back. You can. People have come back from worse. I've seen it. Naruto stood. Vegeta, a man who destroyed entire planets, became a father who sacrificed himself for his family. Piccolo, a being literally born from evil, became the best mentor I ever had. Itachi, who slaughtered his clan on orders, is in a hospital bed right now, reconciling with the brother he loves. Those are examples, proof that nobody is beyond redemption if they choose it. Obito's hand rose to his mask, hovered, the moment stretched. The moon hung above Konoha, white and cold. The village slept. On a rooftop, 2 men, one ancient in a young body, one broken in a scarred one, faced each other across a chasm of choices. Obito removed the mask. The face beneath was scarred, the right side smooth, the left side cratered and rebuilt with white Zetsu material. One eye held the Sharingan, the other was missing. He looked old, tired, broken in ways that went deeper than flesh. Kakashi will hate me, Obito said. Kakashi will cry. Then he'll yell at you. Then he'll forgive you because that's who he is. Obito's single Sharingan eye glistened. He stepped forward, then again. And Naruto walked with him, not as a guard, not as an escort, as someone who understood that the hardest fight was never the one with the strongest enemy, but the one with yourself. Kakashi didn't cry when he saw Obito. He fainted. When he woke up, he cried. Then he yelled. Then he hugged his former teammate so hard that even Obito's Zetsu-reinforced body creaked. The world moved toward war despite Naruto's efforts. Not because the Akatsuki survived, they didn't. But because the machinery they'd set in motion had a momentum of its own. And the piece that Obito had built, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, containing the partial power of the 7 captured Biju, had a will of its own, Black Zetsu. The ancient entity, the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of chakra, had been manipulating events for 1,000 years. The Akatsuki, the Uchiha, the wars, the hatred, all of it engineered toward one purpose, the revival of its mother. When Obito was neutralized and the Akatsuki dismantled, Black Zetsu accelerated the timeline. It possessed the demonic statue directly, fed it the partial Biju energy, initiated the Ten Tails revival using the incomplete power available. The resulting creature, a massive, terrifying entity born from the primordial chakra of the planet, erupted from beneath the ground in the land of wind, 40 kilometers from any populated area. It was smaller than the true Ten Tails would have been. Incomplete, missing the full power of the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. But it was still devastating. A towering beast of raw chakra, warping reality around it, its roar shaking the tectonic plates. The Fourth Shinobi World War was declared within the hour. All 5 villages mobilized. The Allied Shinobi forces, 80,000 strong, deployed to contain the Ten Tails while the leadership devised a strategy for neutralization. Naruto was the strategy. He arrived at the battlefield on foot, walking, jacket on, weights active, moving through the rear lines of the Allied forces at a measured pace that gave every soldier he passed time to see him, time to feel his energy, the warm, vast, controlled presence that radiated confidence. Soldiers who'd been terrified a moment ago found their fear draining. Not erased, channeled. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was here, the golden demon of Konoha, the man who'd killed pain and punched through God's technique. If he wasn't afraid, they could manage. Naruto reached the front line. The Ten Tails loomed ahead, a mountain of warped flesh and chakra, tails whipping through the air, with each impact leaving craters the size of stadiums. He took off his jacket. The soldiers around him felt the weight hit the ground through their feet. A tremor, like a localized earthquake. Several looked back. The orange jacket sat in a crater of its own making, cracks radiating outward. Then the undershirt. More tremors. The wrist weights, the ankle weights, each one detonating against the earth like dropped anchors. Naruto stood at the front of the Allied forces, stripped down, lean muscle visible, blonde hair lifting in the energy wind of the Ten Tails. He transformed. Super Saiyan ignited. The golden aura erupted. His hair blazed gold. The ambient light increased across the battlefield. 80,000 soldiers bathed in golden radiance from a single figure. Then he pushed further. Lightning crackled. Hair sharpened. Aura tightened. Super Saiyan 2 activated. The lightning aura spread across the front line, each bolt's crack a percussion that the soldiers felt in their bones. The gold deepened. The power output tripled, quadrupled, climbed beyond measurement. Naruto looked at the Ten Tails. "Kurama," he said internally. "I'm here, kid. Let's do this together. Wouldn't have it any other way." Nine Tails chakra mode layered over Super Saiyan 2. A golden shroud of Biju chakra wrapped around the lightning-edged Saiyan aura, creating a hybrid state that was, in the most literal sense, unique in the history of 2 universes. Ki, Sag chakra, Biju power, Saiyan transformation, all active, all merged, all directed at a single target. Naruto charged. The Allied forces watched a golden comet streak across the battlefield and slam into the Ten Tails with a sound that erased thought. The impact shockwave threw soldiers off their feet at 2 kilometers distance. The earth rippled outward in concentric waves. The air itself ignited from the energy transfer. Naruto punched the Ten Tails in the face. The incomplete beast, a creature composed of 7 Bijus worth of primordial chakra, the ancestor of all tailed beasts, staggered. Its head snapped sideways. 3 of its tails went limp. A sound came from its throat that might have been a roar and might have been a scream. Naruto didn't let up. He became a blur of gold and lightning, striking the Ten Tails from every angle. Each punch detonated with the force of a small mountain collapsing. Each kick sent shockwaves that reshaped the terrain. He was fighting a creature the size of a city block, and he was winning through sheer, overwhelming physical violence. The Allied forces stood and watched. Some cheered, some cried. Many just stared, unable to process what their eyes were showing them. A single human, or whatever Naruto Uzumaki was, beating the Ten Tails into submission with his fists. But Black Zetsu was inside the creature. And Black Zetsu had contingencies. As Naruto hammered the Ten Tails into the earth, the ancient entity activated its primary function, the one it had been working toward for a millennium. The infinite Tsukuyomi began. Not through the moon. Black Zetsu lacked the ability to project it that way without a proper Rinnegan wielder. Instead, it used the Ten Tails itself as the medium, channeling the beast's chakra into a localized genjutsu field that expanded outward at the speed of light. The Allied forces began to fall. Soldiers dropped where they stood, eyes glazing, minds pulled into dream worlds of perfect happiness. The technique was indiscriminate. Shinobi of every rank, every village, succumbed in seconds. Naruto felt it hit his mind and burn away. His ki aura destroyed the genjutsu on contact, the same way it had during the Chunin Exams invasion. He was immune, but his friends weren't. Sakura collapsed, Kakashi dropped. Sasuke, his Sharingan providing marginal resistance, fought it for 3 seconds before going under. Across the battlefield, 80,000 warriors fell asleep and began dreaming while the 10 tails stood back up and roared. And from the beast's core, something emerged. Not the 10 tails itself. Something that had been waiting inside the 10 tails chakra since before recorded history. Something that used the partial beast and the infinite Tsukuyomi's energy as a catalyst for its own resurrection. The 10 tails began to transform. Its massive body convulsed, contracted, and changed. The bestial shape, all tails and fury, smoothed, refined, became humanoid. The chakra signature shifted from enormous beast to something worse, something divine. Kaguya Akatsuki materialized from the 10 tails' dissolving form like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis of divine proportion. She was pale, white-skinned, long white hair that fell to her ankles. A third eye in her forehead, the Rinne Sharingan, a crimson eye with concentric rings and tomoe that was the source of all dojutsu. 2 horns protruded from her head, giving her an inhuman silhouette. She wore white robes that moved without wind. Her expression was serene, the face of a goddess for whom human affairs were beneath notice. Her energy signature hit Naruto like a wall. He'd been prepared. He'd known something was behind the Akatsuki, behind the 10 tails, behind everything. But knowing and feeling were different things, and what he felt when Kaguya fully manifested was this. This was the level. Not a shinobi, not a biju, not a sage or a legend or a kage, an actual deity. A being that predated the entire chakra system, that had created it, that had consumed the god tree's fruit and become something that made the sage of 6 paths look like a child in comparison. Her energy didn't just dwarf everything on the battlefield, it made the concept of comparison absurd. It was like measuring the sun against a matchstick. Different categories entirely. For the first time since his reincarnation, Naruto felt the cold edge of doubt. Then Kurama spoke. "Kid, that's her. The progenitor. Even my old man, the sage, couldn't beat her alone. He needed his brother. I know. She's beyond anything in this world. I know. So what's the plan?" Naruto looked at the goddess, at the sleeping world around him, at the friends who lay unconscious, dreaming while reality crumbled. The plan is to not lose. He powered up. Super Saiyan 2 blazed at full output. Kurama's chakra merged completely. Sage energy from the natural world flooded his cells. Every system, every power, every ounce of strength he built across 2 lifetimes activated simultaneously. He was a pillar of golden light on an empty battlefield. Facing a god, Kaguya noticed him. The Rinne Sharingan in her forehead turned toward him, that vast ancient eye assessing this anomaly. Her expression shifted from serenity to curiosity. "Interesting," she said. Her voice was soft, melodic, the voice of someone who hadn't spoken in millennia. "You are not of this world's power. I see something else within you, something foreign." "You're observant for someone who's been asleep for 1,000 years, Naruto said. "What are you?" "I'm the person who's going to stop you." Kaguya raised one hand. An all-killing ash bone materialized, a white spike of pure destructive energy, capable of disintegrating anything it touched on a molecular level. She flicked it at Naruto with the casual disinterest of someone swatting a fly. Naruto dodged. The bone passed through the space where he'd been and struck the ground behind him. Where it landed, matter ceased to exist. A perfect void in the earth, edges smooth, everything within the bone's radius simply gone. He didn't have time to be impressed. 3 more bones followed, then 10, then a barrage. Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan tracked his movements, and each bone adjusted course mid-flight, homing in on his energy signature with divine precision. Naruto ran. In Super Saiyan 2, he was faster than anything this world had ever produced. But the bones were fast too, guided by an eye that could predict movement across dimensions. He fired a Kamehameha at the barrage. The blue-gold beam incinerated the first wave of bones. The energy was dense enough to overpower their disintegration effect, but more came, and more. Kaguya was producing them endlessly. A wall of molecular death launched with no visible effort. He closed the distance. Naruto appeared in front of Kaguya, inside her guard, too close for the bones, fists drawn back for a strike that carried everything he had. Kaguya opened a portal. Dimension shift, Amanamanaka, the ability to move herself and those around her to pocket dimensions of her choosing. The portal opened behind Naruto, a gateway to a world of ice and nothing, and the vacuum pulled at him. He resisted. Ki anchored him to the ground, fighting the dimensional suction. But in that moment of divided attention, Kaguya struck. Her palm hit his chest. Not hard. She wasn't a physical fighter in the traditional sense. But the chakra behind it was divinity incarnate, and the impact sent Naruto through the portal before he could brace. He landed in a frozen wasteland, -60 degrees. White sky, ice as far as sensing could reach. He blasted back through the portal before it closed. Ki output burning through the dimensional membrane by sheer force, and re-engaged. The fight became a chess match played at speeds that redefined physics. Kaguya shifted dimensions repeatedly. Ice world, lava world, a world of pure gravity that would have crushed anything without ki reinforcement. A world of acid rain that sizzled against Naruto's aura. Each time she tried to trap him. Each time he broke free, punching through dimensional boundaries, burning through the fabric of pocket realities. They traded blows. Naruto's punches, Super Saiyan 2, Sage Enhanced, Kurama boosted, actually staggered her. The first hit turned her head. The second cracked one of her horns. The third sent her sliding backward across the sky, robes fluttering. But she regenerated. The cracked horn reformed. The damage healed. Her divine body was effectively immortal, not through healing in the medical sense, but through the inherent nature of an Otsutsuki god. She simply couldn't be permanently damaged by anything below her tier. And Naruto, for all his power, was fighting below her tier. Super Saiyan 2 was monstrous by any mortal standard. But Kaguya was not mortal. She was the origin point of an entire world's power system, a being who'd consumed the fruit of the god tree, and her baseline existed in a category that his current transformation couldn't quite reach. He was hurting her. He was not defeating her. "You're strong," Kaguya said, genuinely impressed for the first time. "Stronger than my sons, stronger than any being I've encountered on this world. But it is not enough." She demonstrated why. The expansive truth-seeking ball began forming above her head. A sphere of absolute destruction, every nature transformation combined with yin-yang release, capable of reshaping reality at a fundamental level. It grew, building. Not a weapon so much as an extinction event taking shape. Naruto attacked it. Kamehameha waves, ki blasts, everything he had. The energy hit the sphere and was absorbed, consumed, converted, made part of the growing mass. She was using his own attacks to feed the thing that would destroy the world. "Kurama, I see it, kid. That thing will erase everything within 1,000 kilometers if it completes. Can we stop it? Not like this, not at this level." The truth settled on Naruto like a weight heavier than any gravity seal. He wasn't strong enough. Not in Super Saiyan 2, not with Kurama, not with Sage Mode, not with everything he'd built over 15 years of relentless training. Against a god, a real god, not a shinobi who styled themselves divine, he had hit a wall, and the wall was going to kill everyone he loved. The expansive truth-seeking ball grew larger. It cast a shadow across the dimensional space Kaguya had dragged them into. Below, the sleeping world dreamed on, unaware that obliteration was forming above them. Naruto's fists clenched. Lightning crackled across his golden form. His aura blazed, but it wasn't enough. He could feel the gap, the distance between his maximum output and what was needed. Then Kaguya made a mistake. She opened a dimensional window, a viewing portal, transparent, showing the real world below. She wanted him to see. Through the window, Naruto saw Konoha, the sleeping village. His friends, Sakura, crumpled where she'd fallen. Kakashi, face down, Sasuke curled on his side. Hinata, who'd survived Pain's attack only to fall to a genjutsu she couldn't resist. And beyond Konoha, Suna, where Gaara slept. Kumo, where Bee slept. Every village, every town, every family. Millions of people, dreaming helpless, about to be erased. "See what your strength protects," Kaguya said. Nothing. In the end, all worlds end, all mortals sleep, all resistance fails. Naruto saw Iruka's face through the window. His first teacher. The man who'd given him a headband and called him a shinobi when nobody else would. He saw Teuchi and Ayame, the ramen stand, the warmth. He saw the Hokage monument, 4 faces in stone. His father's face. And behind it all, behind the memories of this life, he saw another set of faces. Goku, grinning, hand behind his head. "Take care of your mother for me, Gohan." Chi-Chi crying at the kitchen table, waiting for a son and husband who kept leaving to fight. Piccolo standing in the wasteland, arms crossed, the faintest smile on his face. Dodge, Vito, Goten, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Every friend, every family member, every person he'd loved and lost and sworn to protect, and failed. Gohan had failed them. Failed Cell, failed Buu, let arrogance and complacency strip him of the power to protect what mattered. The memories converged with the present. Cell killing 16, Buu absorbing his friends, Kaguya forming the ball that would end this world. Every failure, every loss, every moment he'd been too weak, too slow, too soft, crashing against his consciousness like waves against a cliff. And underneath the grief, underneath the guilt, underneath everything, the Saiyan blood answered, not with rage. Rage was Super Saiyan's trigger. Rage was the first form, the breakthrough, the raw scream of a warrior pushed past their limits. This was something else. This was the deepest, most fundamental expression of what it meant to be a protector. Not anger at the threat, resolve to end it. Not fury at the enemy, certainty that the people behind him would survive. An absolute, diamond-hard conviction that transcended emotion entirely, that reached past the conscious mind into the cellular memory of a warrior race that had evolved specifically to shatter limits. Naruto's scream wasn't golden, it was white. The light that erupted from his body was not the warm gold of Super Saiyan or the hard gold of Super Saiyan 2. It was white, pure, blinding, absolute. A light that had no color because it contained all colors. A light that didn't illuminate the world so much as replace it, turning everything within visual range into a canvas of white that slowly resolved into something new. His hair changed. The golden spikes smoothed, lengthened, and shifted color, draining from gold to silver to pure, luminous white. Not the white of age or emptiness, the white of completion. Every strand fell differently, framing his face in a way that was simultaneously alien and deeply, primally familiar. His eyes opened, red. Not the crimson of the Sharingan or the Rin of Sharingan. A deeper red, the red of a Saiyan's most primal state, the color that the Uzaru's eyes burned with. Red that held neither malice nor fury, only the implacable certainty of a being that had transcended its own limits and found something new on the other side. His aura was unlike anything that had existed before. It wasn't gold. It wasn't blue. It was a white-silver corona edged with deep crimson, pulsing with energy so dense that it distorted space itself. Not metaphorically, literally. The air around him bent, twisted, warped, light curved, gravity flexed. The dimensional space they occupied began to crack, stress fractures appearing in reality's fabric from the sheer weight of what he'd become, Beast Gohan. The form that had emerged once before, in another universe, against another threat, when Son Gohan's potential had been unlocked by the Elder Kai, and then pushed beyond even that ceiling by the primal need to protect. But this was more. This was Beast Gohan, combined with Kurama's power, with sage energy, with a 15-year-old body that had been conditioned by the most extreme training regimen in 2 universes. This was the culmination of 2 lifetimes of growth, loss, failure, and determination. This was everything Naruto was, everything Gohan had been, everything both of them had promised. All of it, activated, at once. The dimensional space couldn't contain it. Cracks spread across the sky like a broken mirror. Kaguya's pocket dimension, a construct held together by her will and the Rin Sharingan's power, began to collapse. The fabric of the manufactured reality frayed, burned, dissolved under the ambient pressure of Naruto's transformed state. On the real-world battlefield, every sensor who'd been caught by the infinite Tsukuyomi woke up. Not because the genjutsu ended, because the energy signature pouring through from the dimensional space was so overwhelming that it overrode the technique. Minds caught in perfect dreams were jolted awake by a power that made the infinite Tsukuyomi feel like a whisper next to a thunderclap. Across the continent, people looked up. They couldn't see anything. The fight was in another dimension, but they felt it. A warmth in their chests, a light behind their eyes, a sense that something vast and protective was standing between them and oblivion. In the dimensional space, Kaguya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess, the mother of all chakra, the being who'd consumed the god tree's fruit and ascended beyond mortality, took a step backward. Not a tactical retreat, not a calculated reposition. She stepped back because something primal and ancient inside her, something that predated even her consumption of the fruit, told her to be afraid. The being in front of her was no longer a mortal, was no longer a shinobi, was no longer definable by any framework she possessed. White-haired, red-eyed, aura burning through the walls of her dimension. Each breath he took made reality shudder. "What are you?" Kaguya whispered. Naruto looked at her. His eyes, those impossible red eyes, burning with the light of a completed potential, held no anger, no hatred, no malice, only resolution. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he said, and his voice resonated on frequencies that existed between dimensions. "I am Son Gohan. I am the protector of this world, and the memory of the one that came before." He took a step forward. The dimensional floor shattered under his foot. "And you just threatened everything I swore to protect." Kaguya responded with everything she had, all killing ash bones, dozens of them, fired in a barrage that would have been inescapable for any being operating at a lower tier. The white spikes of molecular destruction converged on Naruto from every angle, each one containing the annihilation energy of a deity. Naruto moved. Not dodged. Not deflected. He caught them. His hands, wreathed in white crimson energy, burning with the beast form's reality-warping aura, closed around the ash bones. The molecular disintegration effect hit his skin and failed. The bones, designed to erase matter at the subatomic level, couldn't disintegrate cells reinforced by a power that operated on a scale the bones weren't built to handle. He crushed them. The ash bones crumbled in his fists, their divine energy scattering harmlessly. Kaguya's third eye widened. Impossible! He was in front of her, speed that made his Super Saiyan 2 look stationary. He'd crossed the entire dimensional space, kilometers of warped reality, in a fraction of a heartbeat. There was no blur, no trail, no displaced air. He was simply there, fist already moving, and the punch connected with the rabbit goddess's jaw with a sound that rewrote the definition of impact. Kaguya flew, not metaphorically. She was launched through her own dimension, through the walls, through the boundaries, crashing through one pocket reality into another, through that one into a third. Each dimensional membrane she breached exploded behind her, collapsing entire manufactured worlds in her wake. Naruto followed. Each dimensional transition was nothing to him. His aura burned through the barriers like they were wet paper. He caught up to her in the ice dimension, where her body had finally stopped, embedded in a glacier the size of a mountain. The glacier had cracked from crown to base. Kaguya pulled herself free. Her jaw was dislocated. She reset it with one hand, the divine regeneration already working. "You dare!" she started. Naruto hit her again. An uppercut that caught her chin and sent her vertical, straight up through the ice world's atmosphere, through the dimensional ceiling, and into the void between dimensions. He followed, flying upward, each wing beat of his aura leaving dimensional tears in his wake. In the void, he caught her ankle and swung her like a rag doll. Once, twice, 3 times, each rotation building momentum. Then he released her toward the ground of the lava dimension, another of her pocket worlds, and she crashed into the magma surface hard enough to create a wave of lava that spanned the horizon. Kaguya rose from the magma. Unburned, she was beyond physical damage from environmental effects, but rattled, damaged. For the first time in her existence, she was taking hits that her regeneration had to work to fix. She shifted dimensions again, to the gravity world, where the pull was 500 times normal. She'd used this against him before, in Super Saiyan 2, and it had slowed him. Naruto walked through it, 500 times gravity. He'd trained in 100 times for 3 years. His body, in beast form, operated at parameters so far beyond the physical that gravity was an afterthought. He walked toward her across the high-gravity landscape, each step crater-making, aura undimmed. "This dimension won't save you," he said. She tried the acid rain world. The rain evaporated before it touched his aura. She tried a vacuum dimension. No air, no pressure, pure void. He kept breathing, sustaining his body in conditions that would kill anything biological. She tried to absorb his energy. The Rinna Sharingan's absorption technique, the ultimate chakra-eating ability, powerful enough to drain tailed beasts dry. She placed her hands on his aura and pulled ki flooded into her. But Naruto's ki, beast form ki, Saiyan hybrid ki, reinforced by a lifetime of training, merged with Kurama's power and sage energy, was not something that could be absorbed safely. It was too raw, too primal, too fundamentally different from chakra. It was life energy pushed past the boundary of what any single being was designed to contain. Kaguya screamed. The sound was alien, a goddess in pain, something this universe had never heard. She released her grip and staggered back, her hands smoking, Byakugan veins bulging around her third eye. The absorbed ki burned inside her like acid, damaging the divine pathways that constituted her immortal body from within. "You can't absorb what I am," Naruto said. "I'm not from this world. Not completely. What I carry inside me wasn't designed for the systems you exploit." Kaguya's composure shattered completely. The serene goddess mask fell away, and beneath it was something ancient and desperate. A being that had been alone for millennia, that had consumed a god tree's fruit out of fear, that had sealed her own sons because she couldn't stand to be weaker than anything. "I am a god," Kaguya screamed. "I consumed the divine fruit. I created this world's power. You are nothing, an anomaly, a mistake." "I'm a Saiyan," Naruto said. "We don't know how to quit." Kaguya activated the expansive truth-seeking ball, the incomplete one from before, the one that had been growing, feeding on absorbed attacks, materialized above her. Vast, terrible, a sphere of absolute destruction that contained every nature transformation, every chakra alignment, the fundamental building blocks of this world's reality, compressed into a weapon. She poured everything into it, every ounce of divine chakra, the absorbed energy from the 7 biju she consumed through the 10 tails, the power of the god tree itself channeled through her body. The ball expanded. It darkened the dimensional space. Its gravity pulled debris, air, and light toward it. The event horizon grew. This was not a technique. This was an apocalypse given form. If it detonated at full power, it wouldn't just destroy the battlefield. It would erase the dimension, and the bleed-through would devastate the real world beneath. Continents would crack. Oceans would boil. Millions would die. Naruto looked at it. Then he looked at the dimensional window that still showed the real world. His friends, his village, the children running through streets they didn't know were threatened. Kurama. "Here, everything you've got, already giving it." "I know. Give more." A pause. "Then you'll burn through your reserves, all of them. You might not survive this." "Better me than them." "Yeah, better us than them." Kurama's chakra flooded through the bond, not the measured, controlled flow of their training sessions, but the full, unrestricted outpouring of a 9-tailed fox who decided that this human, this impossible, stubborn, brilliant human, was worth dying for. Naruto dropped into the stance, feet shoulder-width apart. Knees bent, hands drawn to his right hip, fingers cupped. The Turtle School's signature posture, the foundation of the technique that had defined his father's legacy, that had ended Cell's reign, that had become the symbol of everything the Sun family represented. White crimson energy gathered between his palms. Not a ball, a universe. A compression of every power system he possessed, every energy type, every gift from both lives, ki, chakra, biju power, sage energy, the nameless force of the beast transformation. All of it spiraling together, compressed and compressed and compressed, until the space between his hands contained more raw energy than most dimensions held in total. "This is for everyone," Naruto said. His red eyes reflected the growing sphere. His white hair blazed with power. His voice carried across dimensions. Both worlds, past and present. The energy between his palms reached critical mass. It began to radiate. Visible light, invisible force, dimensional vibrations that made the walls between worlds hum. Kaguya launched the expansive truth-seeking ball. The sphere of absolute destruction descended. Reality warped around it. Light died in its proximity. The dimensional space screamed, a sound like the universe crying, as the annihilation weapon accelerated toward Naruto and the world below. Naruto thrust his palms forward. Ultimate. The energy roared. Not a sound, a force. The gathering of power made the dimensions shudder. Come. Kurama's chakra merged into the wave. 9 tails of crimson light spiraling around the white gold core, adding a layer of biju power to the Saiyan technique. Ham. Natural energy from the world itself. The trees, the wind, the earth flowed into him through sage mode. The wave grew. It was no longer just his power, it was the planet's, the world's answer to its creator's attempt to destroy it. Ha! The beam fired, white gold crimson, edged with crackling lightning and the swirling green of natural energy. It erupted from his palms with a force that should have been impossible. A beam of merged energy from 2 universes, 2 lifetimes, 2 legacies, united in a single devastating column of light. It was wider than a city block. It was brighter than the sun. It made sounds that existed outside the audible spectrum, sounds that reality itself produced as its fabric bent under the energy's passage. The Kamehameha hit the expansive truth-seeking ball. For 1 second, one eternal, universe-defining second, the two forces were equal. The annihilation sphere held against the beam. The beam pushed against the sphere. Energy cascaded in all directions, destroying the dimensional space around them, tearing open holes to the real world, the afterlife, other dimensions that had no names. Then the beam pushed through, not gradually, not with a dramatic buildup. The Kamehameha punched through the expansive truth-seeking ball like a spear through a shield. The sphere, containing the collected power of a goddess, 7 Biju, and the god tree itself, was pierced, destabilized, and then consumed. The beam absorbed the sphere's energy on contact, growing larger, brighter, more devastatingly powerful as it converted destruction into fuel. Kaguya saw it coming. The beam was impossibly huge now, fed by its own victory, swollen with the absorbed power of her ultimate technique. It filled the dimensional space from wall to dissolving wall. There was nowhere to run, no dimension to shift to. The beam was burning through dimensional barriers, no absorption possible. The energy was too raw, too primal, too alien. No, Kaguya whispered. The beam hit her. White light. The scream of a goddess experiencing something she hadn't felt in millennia. Defeat. The beam didn't kill her, couldn't kill her. True immortality was beyond even this level of force. But it did something worse. It overwhelmed her, overloaded every system in her divine body, burned through the chakra network that sustained her physical form. The energy was too pure, too diverse, too fundamentally incompatible with her Otsutsuki physiology. A Saiyan's ki was never meant to exist in this universe, and when it collided with a being composed of this universe's original power, the reaction was catastrophic. Kaguya's body came apart. Not violently, gently, almost peacefully. She dissolved into light. The chakra that composed her being, the stolen god tree power, the consumed fruit's divine energy, released from her form and scattered into the dimensional space. The Biju chakra separated first. 7 distinct signatures, the spirits of the captured tailed beasts, freed from the prison of her body. They materialized as glowing forms: Shukaku, Matatabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomei. Each one reborn, blinking in confusion, then looking at the white-haired figure who'd freed them. Kaguya's consciousness, stripped of her stolen power, reduced to the base essence of the Otsutsuki being she'd been before consuming the fruit, floated in the void, small, diminished, alone. The Rinnesh Sharingan in her forehead dimmed and went dark. Black Zetsu, separated from its host, a formless mass of dark will, writhed in the dissipating dimensional space. Its purpose was destroyed. Its mother was defeated. 1,000 years of manipulation ended by a single beam from a being that shouldn't exist. The dimensional space collapsed. The pocket realities folded inward, compressed and dissolved. The boundaries between the manufactured worlds and the real one thinned and disappeared. Naruto fell. The beast form flickered. His white hair faded, silver, then blonde. His red eyes shifted, teal, then blue. The aura guttered and died. Every reserve, ki, chakra, Biju power was empty, dry. He'd poured everything into that last attack, and there was nothing left. He fell through the dissolving dimension, through the thinning boundary, and into the real-world sky. Above the battlefield, above the waking army, unconscious before he hit the clouds. The allied shinobi forces looked up and saw a body falling from a rift in the sky, a blonde-haired human-sized, trailing wisps of white light that faded as it descended. Sasuke caught him. The Uchiha, Mangekyo Sharingan blazing, a Susanoo arm extending from his body, snatched Naruto from the air 100 meters above the ground. The chakra construct caught the falling boy and lowered him gently to the earth. Sakura was there in seconds. Hands glowing green, medical chakra flooding into a body that was depleted beyond anything she'd ever treated. Kurama's chakra was recharging slowly. The fox was depleted too, but Biju regenerated, and the trickle of energy kept Naruto's heart beating while Sakura worked. Kakashi stood over them, Sharingan spinning, watching the rift in the sky seal itself. The last traces of dimensional energy faded. The infinite Tsukuyomi's hold on the world broke, its source destroyed, its power scattered. Across the battlefield, soldiers woke fully. They stood, confused, looking at the empty sky where the 10 tails had been. looking at the unconscious boy being cradled by his teammates, looking at each other, alive, when they shouldn't have been. The freed Biju materialized on the battlefield. 7-tailed beasts, ranging from the 1-tailed Shukaku to the 7-tailed Chome, each one reborn and bewildered. They looked at each other, then at Naruto's unconscious body. Shukaku spoke first. "That brat, he freed us? He killed a god," Chome corrected, her beetle wings flickering with agitation. "He didn't kill her." Kurama's voice rumbled, the fox manifesting partially through Naruto's seal, a crimson head emerging from the boy's stomach like a hologram. He purified her, stripped her of the stolen power. She exists still, somewhere, but without the fruit's power. She's just an Otsutsuki, mortal again. The Biju processed this, and you? Matatabi asked, two-tailed form flickering with blue flame. "You helped him." "He's my partner," Kurama said, and there was no reluctance in his voice, no qualifiers, just pride. Naruto woke up 3 days later in Konoha's hospital. The first thing he saw was the ceiling, white, sterile, the familiar scent of antiseptic and flowers. The second thing he saw was everyone. Sakura was asleep in a chair beside his bed, medical notes scattered across her lap. Sasuke leaned against the wall, eyes closed, but his chakra told Naruto he was awake. Kakashi sat by the window, reading, his eye crinkling when he noticed Naruto stirring. Beyond them, in the hallway, in the waiting room, spilling out into the hospital grounds, were people. Hundreds of them. Thousands, according to Kurama's lazy count. "The whole village is here," the fox reported. Also delegations from Suna, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. Several daimyo representatives. The fire daimyo himself is in the VIP room down the hall. Huh. They've been here for 3 days. Shifts. Around the clock. Naruto sat up. His body ached, the deep cellular ache of total depletion. His ki reserves were at maybe 5%. His chakra was similarly low, though Kurama's regeneration was slowly refilling the tank. He felt weak, mortal, human. It was strangely comforting. "Hey," he said. Sakura jolted awake. Her medical notes flew everywhere. "Naruto! You're Naruto!" She lunged forward and checked his vitals with clinical efficiency undercut by the tears streaming down her face. "Your vitals are, you're stable. Your reserves are. Don't you ever." "I'm okay, Sakura. You were dead for 40 seconds. Your heart stopped. I had to." She punched his shoulder, gently by her standards, which still would have cracked a normal person's collarbone. "Don't do that again." Sasuke opened his eyes. "Welcome back. Miss me?" "No." But the Sharingan that activated involuntarily, checking for damage, cataloging recovery, confirming that the person in the bed was real and alive, told a different story. Kakashi closed his book. "Naruto, you fell from the sky." "Yeah." "You were glowing white." "Yeah." "You had white hair and red eyes." "That's a new transformation. I'm still working on the name." "You killed a god. Purified. She's not dead, just depowered, significantly." Kakashi looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached into his vest and pulled out a familiar object, the Kage hat. "Tsunade asked me to give this to you when you woke up. She's retiring. Says she's too old for this level of insanity." He held the hat out. The village voted, unanimously. Even the civilian council, even the elders. Naruto looked at the hat. The kanji for fire on the front. The same hat his father had worn. The same hat Hiruzen had worn, and Tsunade after him. "I'm 15, Naruto said. "Minato was 24. You've done more at 15 than he did in his entire tenure. The village doesn't care about your age. They care that you're you." Naruto reached for the hat, held it, felt the weight of it, not physical weight, but the weight of responsibility, of trust, of an entire village saying, "We believe in you." "I'll accept this," he said, "on one condition." "Name it." "I still get to train, every morning, 4 a.m., no exceptions." Kakashi laughed. Sakura laughed through her tears. Even Sasuke's mouth twitched. "Agreed," Kakashi said. The inauguration was held 1 week later. Naruto stood on the Hokage Tower's roof, wearing the hat and robes, looking out over a village that was still rebuilding from Pain's attack, but thrumming with an energy that had nothing to do with chakra. Hope. Real hope. The kind that comes from knowing your protector isn't just strong, but good. The crowd below was the largest in Konoha's history. Every shinobi, every civilian, delegations from all 5 great villages, the daimyo's representatives. And on the edges, trying to be subtle and failing, Anbu from foreign nations, sent to observe the inauguration of the man their intelligence services had classified as dangerous individual on the planet. Tsunade placed the hat on his head officially. Sixth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted. The sound was physical, a wall of cheering that pressed against the tower and rolled across the village like a wave. Naruto. 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 He looked out over them, his people, his village, the place his father had died to protect, the community that had hated him as a child and now screamed his name. He thought about Goku, who never wanted to be a leader, who just wanted to fight and eat and protect the people he loved. He thought about Gohan, who never wanted to be a fighter, who just wanted to study and live in peace with his family. Naruto Uzumaki wanted both. The strength to protect and the wisdom to lead, the warrior's heart and the scholar's mind. He had them. "Thank you," he said, and his voice, carried by a touch of ki that he'd learned could amplify sound across distances, reached every person in attendance. "I won't let you down." Simple words, no grand speech, no political promises, just a promise, and Naruto Uzumaki never broke his promises. The months that followed the war were a period of unprecedented change. The allied shinobi forces didn't disband. They evolved into a permanent peacekeeping framework. The 5 Kage met regularly. Trade routes opened. Borders softened. For the first time in the continent's history, the shinobi world was at genuine structural peace, not because everyone suddenly decided to be nice, because the man at the head of the strongest village was a being of such overwhelming power that military conflict against him was functionally impossible. And because that being was using his power not to intimidate or dominate, but to mediate, arbitrate, and build, Naruto governed the way he fought, efficiently, decisively, and with a fundamental decency that disarmed even his critics. He reformed the academy curriculum, added trauma counseling for orphans, expanded the hospital, funded Sakura's medical research initiative that would eventually produce treatments for diseases previously considered incurable. He abolished root permanently, opened the classified archives, exposed every dark secret the village had buried over decades of shadow governance. The truth hurt, but it hurt less than the lies, and the village healed faster for it. He created a Jinchuriki support program, connecting all remaining Jinchuriki with resources, training, and most importantly, community. Killer Bee was the first participant, bringing his terrible raps and enormous heart. Gaara contributed Sand Village's resources. The freed Biju, who'd scattered across the continent after the war, began returning voluntarily, not to be sealed, but to partner with hosts of their choosing. The relationship between humans and tailed beasts, poisoned for centuries by fear and exploitation, began to mend. Because a blonde kid with a fox in his gut had shown the world what partnership looked like, Itachi recovered fully under Tsunade's treatment. He chose not to rejoin the shinobi forces. His body, though healed, carried the scars of decades of abuse, and he'd had enough of fighting. Instead, he became an academy instructor, teaching strategy and ethics to the next generation of shinobi. His first day of class, he introduced himself as the man who did terrible things for the right reasons, and I'm here to teach you how to find better answers. The students adored him. Sasuke's path was different. The truth about the massacre, now public knowledge, freed him from the consuming hatred that had defined his youth. Without the need for revenge, without the darkness of secrets, he found something unexpected: purpose. He became Naruto's right hand. Not officially, he had no interest in titles or politics, but he was always there, on dangerous missions, in strategic discussions, standing at the Hokage's side during public appearances with a quiet intensity that told the world Naruto Uzumaki was protected by more than just his own power. During one late-night conversation in the Hokage office, sake on the desk, Naruto didn't drink, but Sasuke did. The Uchiha said something he'd been carrying for months. "I would have gone to Orochimaru. In another life, without you, I would have gone, and I would have lost myself." "I know," Naruto said. "You saved me before I needed saving, before I even knew I was drowning." "That's what friends do." Sasuke looked at him. The Sharingan, mature, controlled, no longer burning with pain, held steady. "Not friends, brothers." Naruto smiled, the Goku smile, the one that had nothing to do with strategy or power and everything to do with the simple, honest joy of connection. Brothers. Hinata recovered from Pain's attack with no lasting damage. Naruto had visited her daily during her hospital stay, something the entire Hyuga compound was aware of and had opinions about. He brought flowers, made her laugh, held her hand when she thought he wasn't paying attention. He was always paying attention. Their relationship grew the way relationships should, slowly, naturally, built on mutual respect and genuine affection. She wasn't intimidated by his power because she'd known him before the power was public. She'd watched him from behind trees when he was just a lonely kid training in empty fields. She loved the person, not the legend, and Naruto, who'd been loved in 2 lifetimes, but never quite this way, never the quiet, steady, unwavering devotion that Hinata offered, found something he hadn't realized he was missing: peace. Not the absence of conflict, personal peace. The kind that came from being seen, truly seen, all the way down, and being loved anyway. He told her everything. Both lives, Gohan, Goku, Cell, Buu, the void between lives and the choice that brought him here. She listened without interrupting, without judging, without flinching. When he finished, she said, "That explains the tale." He blinked. "What?" "My father told me once. When you were born, you had a tail, a brown furry tail. The medics removed it. It was in the hospital records." Naruto stared at her. Then he laughed. Deep, genuine, the kind that came from the belly and wouldn't stop. He laughed until tears came, and she laughed with him. And it was the most normal moment of his extraordinary life. Years passed. Naruto Uzumaki's 6th Hokage governed Konohagakure through an era of peace that historians would later call the Golden Age. Not because everything was perfect, it wasn't. There were disputes, tensions, the slow grind of political compromise, but there were no evasions, no existential threats, because the existential threats looked at Konoha, looked at the man sitting in the Hokage's chair, and chose diplomacy. He never stopped training. Every morning, 4 a.m., before the village woke, before the paperwork began, before the meetings and the delegations and the endless bureaucracy of governance, he trained. The clearing in the forest of death, his clearing, cratered and blast-scarred and rebuilt 100 times over, was his sanctuary. He ran, he did push-ups, he blasted ki into the sky and pushed his limits higher, always higher, because strength wasn't a destination. It was a discipline. He'd achieved beast form once. In the crucible of the Kaguya fight, with the world on the line, he'd broken through to the final transformation. But maintaining it, triggering it at will, the way he could with Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, required more work. So he worked. Every day, without exception, Kurama trained with him. The fox, now a willing and enthusiastic partner, pushed Naruto from inside while his body pushed from outside. Their merged energy systems, ki and Biju chakra, alien and elemental, grew more refined, more powerful, more seamless with every session. Some mornings, Sasuke joined him. The Uchiha would appear at the clearing's edge, say nothing, and fall into step. They'd spar, Naruto limiting himself, as always, to Sasuke's tier, and the sessions would end with both of them bruised and grinning. Some mornings, Kakashi visited. The former sensei, now retired from active duty and serving as a strategic advisor, would sit on a rock and read while Naruto trained. They didn't always talk. The silence was comfortable. Some mornings, Hinata came. She'd bring breakfast, onigiri and tea packed in a bento, delivered to the clearing at 5:30 when she knew his first set would be finished. They'd eat together in the dawn light, and sometimes she'd train too. Her gentle fist had evolved dramatically under Naruto's influence, incorporating concepts from martial arts traditions this world had never seen. Their children would come later, a boy and a girl, both carrying traces of Saiyan biology that manifested as abnormal physical resilience and an energy signature that made Kurama chuckle with something suspiciously close to grandfatherly pride. But that was the future. For now, in the present, Naruto trained. One evening, years after the war, years into his tenure as Hokage, Naruto stood on the Hokage monument. He stood on his father's head. Minato's stone face looked out over a village that had never been more prosperous or more peaceful. The setting sun painted everything in gold and amber, 5 faces now carved in the mountain. Soon to be 6, Naruto's face was being added, the sculptors working overtime because the village had demanded it. He looked at Minato's carved eyes. Then he looked up at the sky, where the first stars were appearing. 2 fathers, 2 lives, 2 chances to get it right. He'd gotten it right. "Dad," he said, and in his mind, 2 faces overlapped. Minato, blonde and serious and sacrificing, and Goku, dark-haired and smiling and sacrificing, Both of them giving everything for their sons. Both of them trusting that their children would carry the torch. I did it. I didn't fail this time. The wind stirred his hair. Blonde, not gold, not white. Just blonde, warm, natural, the color of a boy from Konoha who happened to be something more, a warmth in his chest, maybe ki, maybe memory, maybe something that couldn't be explained by either. He heard a voice, faint, distant, carried on a frequency that existed between worlds. Proud of you, son. Goku's voice, or Minato's, or both, because in the end, both fathers had said the same thing across lifetimes and dimensions and the vast silence between universes. Naruto closed his eyes. A tear rolled down his whiskered cheek. Thanks, Dad, both of you. He opened his eyes, smiled. That smile, the one that Goku had worn into every battle and Naruto had carried into every challenge. The smile that said, everything is okay, and if it isn't, I'll make it okay. He jumped off the monument, not flying, just jumping. Landing in the village streets with a controlled impact that didn't even crack the pavement, he walked home, through the village he'd saved, past the ramen stand where Tochi waved and Ayame shouted dinner invitations, past the academy where the next generation trained, past the hospital where Sakura was revolutionizing medicine, past the training grounds where Sasuke was pushing his limits, always pushing. His shadow stretched behind him in the last light, long and dark against the amber road. And if someone had looked closely, they might have noticed something strange about that shadow. The way the hair seemed to shift, blonde, then white, then blonde again. A trick of the light, or a memory of transformation, or a promise that the power was still there, always there, waiting if the world ever needed it again. Home was a modest house near the village center. Nothing extravagant. A garden, a kitchen that smelled like Hinata's cooking, a living room with a worn couch and a shelf of books, half shinobi texts, half the physics and mathematics that Gohan's mind still craved. He opened the door. Hinata's voice drifted from the kitchen, warm, welcoming. Welcome home. I'm home. He hung up his Hokage hat on the hook by the door, set his jacket, still waited, still cratering the floor slightly, on its reinforced stand, sat down at the table where dinner was waiting, a bowl of ramen, because some things never changed. Outside, the village lights flickered on. Children played in the streets. Shinobi leaped between rooftops on evening patrols, not because there was danger, but because the routines of protection were woven into Konoha's DNA. And far above, higher than the rooftops, higher than the monument, higher than the clouds, the stars came out, a sky full of stars. Different from the ones Gohan had grown up under, but beautiful in their own way. Somewhere out there, in a universe that operated on different rules, a Saiyan warrior might still be training, still fighting, still grinning with that irrepressible joy. Naruto looked at the stars through the kitchen window and raised his ramen bowl in a silent toast to Goku, to Minato, to Piccolo and Chi-Chi and Iruka, and everyone who'd shaped both his lives, to second chances. He drank the broth, set the bowl down, and went to bed early. 4 a.m. would come soon. Dawn broke over Konohagakure. The village stirred. The sixth Hokage rose from bed, dressed quietly so as not to wake his wife, and stepped out into the cool morning air. He stretched, rolled his shoulders under the weighted jacket, felt the familiar press of gravity seals compressing his body. Then he started running, through the empty streets, past the monument, into the forest, to the clearing, his clearing, where the ground was scarred with a decade of impossible training. He dropped into a handstand, pushed up, 1, 2, 3. The sun climbed. His hair caught the first light, blonde, bright, carrying the faintest shimmer that might have been gold, or might have been white, or might have been nothing at all. 10,000 push-ups before the world woke. Then whatever came next. Naruto Uzumaki, Son Gohan reborn, Saiyan hybrid, Jinchuriki, sixth Hokage, husband, friend, protector of two worlds' memories, smiled as the sweat began to fall. He'd never stopped training, never stopped growing, never stopped standing between the people he loved and whatever threatened them. That was his promise, and he never broke his promises.
And that's how a Saiyan ends a war. If this video didn't make you want to run through a wall, you weren't paying attention. Smash that subscribe button, hit the bell, drop a comment telling me which fight broke your brain. Part 3 Nah, this is the finale. But trust me, there's more coming.